You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I am Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got a lot to talk about today, so I want to go ahead and jump right in, but I do want to start by giving you a live look at downtown Orlando. You can see it is pretty dreary out there, rain coming down over downtown. You can see traffic moving a little slower along I-4 right now. And let me give you a live look outside of our studios. This is the view from our tower camera here in Lake Mary, looking at I-4 as well, and westbound I-4 moving pretty slowly. That's a spot that, you know, we see some go a little slowly quite a bit for one reason or another, but moving a little bit slower than normal at this 11 o'clock hour. So certainly something to be aware of as the rain continues to fall. It is going to be a rainy day and really a rainy weekend, and we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up in just a little bit with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, who is also tracking a couple of spots in the tropics for us to keep watching even as Imelda moves away. Give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. Not raining there, but the government, federal government, remains partially shut down. This is day 2 now of the government shutdown, and still not much sign of any progress when it comes to negotiations or ending that government shutdown. We just heard just a little bit ago from Congressional Republicans, the House Speaker Mike Johnson, some of the others in the House leadership giving an update on where things stand from the Republican point of view, and we will certainly bring you that in just a little bit. But we begin today by being joined by Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida's 10th Congressional District here in Orlando, who is joining us to talk about the government shutdown, where things stand, and where things go from here. Congressman Frost, we appreciate you joining us here today.
Yeah, good to be here, man.
Day 2 of the government shutdown. Just kind of give me your thoughts on where things are right now.
Yeah, well, let's talk about how we got here really quick. You know, we have been pushing for a while that there are some things we need to take care of in terms of health care. The big ugly bill that was passed, the big beautiful bill act, is ripping away health care from 17 million people. At the end of this year, the Affordable Care Act tax subsidies will also expire, which means 25 million people in this country will see their health care premiums go up anywhere from 50 to 300%. That's 189,000 people in my district alone. And so what we're saying is, in this bill, we really need to address that, or else working people across the country are going to face a healthcare crisis and even more of an affordability crisis in this country. And so we went to the president to negotiate in good faith, and what we found is that he's not interested in negotiating, he's not interested in doing anything, and he'd rather shut down the government than work with Democrats to make sure that our people have health care. Republicans in Washington, D.C. run the White House, the House of Representatives, and the United States Senate. And so it's really their responsibility to ensure that the government is funded. If they can't do that, they come to us, so we work on a deal. Our line in the sand is very simple. We want to make sure that working people have health care and that their health care premiums don't go up upwards of 300%. They don't want to work with us on that. So we're unsure of exactly where it'll go, but it's really up to the president to come to the table and say, let's actually do our job and let's figure this out.
In the White House briefing yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance said that he is willing to work with Democrats and negotiate on these health care subsidies after the shutdown is ended. What do you think about that?
Now's the time to do our job. And this is a typical thing of D.C. Politicians. They want to kick the can down the road, kick the can on a budget, kick the can on a continuing resolution. Working people in this district can't kick the can when they got to clock in to go to work. We were all in Washington, D.C. yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the day of the shutdown, ready to work on a negotiated solution. All the Democrats were there. I stood on the House floor, and 0 of the Republican members of Congress were there. They were all around the country, some on vacation, some were caught having dinners with the very donors and billionaires that are going to profit from so many working people having to pay more for their health care. So he can say what he wants, but what we're interested in is what you do. And the fact of the matter is, we're not going to kick the can down the road on this. We have to deal with it now. Yesterday, October 1st, millions of people started receiving and getting letters that are telling them your health care is going to go up by this much. The Speaker of the House in the meeting with the President and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer said, well, we shouldn't deal with this now. We should deal with this later. It's an extraneous issue. Healthcare isn't extraneous. Like, for working people and, like, putting all the stuff aside, it's really simple. People will receive letters saying, you paid this much this year, it's going to go up 200%. Working families are going to make decisions now based on what they have to do next year. That might mean for the next 3 months we have to get less food at the grocery store because we need more money to pay for healthcare next year. It might mean we have to move out of our rental unit because rent's already too damn expensive and we have to pay more for healthcare next year. These are like real decisions for people, between life and death for many people too, especially here in Central Florida. So I'm going to be speaking with people across the district the next few days to really learn about those impacts on them in terms of healthcare. But we cannot kick the can on this. We cannot do it later. Let's do it now. We're ready to work. We were there a few days ago. We'll go back as soon as they're ready to talk about it.
I want to talk a little bit about the effects of the shutdown itself.
Yeah.
We've heard some concerns raised that the Trump administration might use this shutdown as a way to slash and kind of remake what the federal government looks like. And I do want to pull up a Truth Social post from the president from 7:59 this morning saying that he has a meeting today with Russ Vought, he of Project 2025 fame, to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are a political scam, he recommends to be cut and whether or not those cuts will be temporary or permanent. I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They are not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again. Your thoughts on that?
Well, number one, yeah, it is in Project 2025 that they're going to illegally do everything they can to slash parts of the federal government, including the Department of Education, which makes sure that students with disabilities and students that live in rural communities actually have a shot at having a decent education in this country. So we'll see what the president wants to do. But this threat of firing people, he's been firing people left and right. In many cases, judges have had to step forward and order them to hire the people back. In fact, you probably saw this latest report that said thousands and thousands of the people they fired at the beginning of the year, they had to hire them back, which means they had about 8 months where they were sitting at home doing nothing and still receiving their paycheck. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? Probably the same thing is going to happen in this case. It is normal in a government shutdown for people to be furloughed on a temporary basis. That is a normal thing. But to sit here and say we're going to try to use it to circumvent Congress and fire a bunch of people and slash the federal government, it's illegal. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to try to do it because this president's been doing illegal things back and forth, but we'll be there to fight back, and there will be litigation that will probably force him to undo what he does. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to make us blink in this moment. He wants Democrats to say, you know what, we're not going to fight for working people anymore, and we're going to rubber stamp a budget that's going to ensure our own constituents pay more for health care. We're not going to do it, no matter what he says.
Is there any situation that the Democrats blink, to use your word there, or budge on some of these, or come to the negotiation table and find a way to...
I mean, we've been at the negotiating table, right? I mean, look, just look at what happened with that meeting with the Democratic leaders, Republican leaders, and Donald Trump. They had a meeting, and what did Trump do a few hours later? Did he come out and say, well, let's negotiate on this, let's talk some more, come back for another meeting? No. He posted a racist AI meme of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. What kind of message does that send? It shows you straight up that he's not interested in negotiating. He'd rather shut down the government than actually figure out how we can save healthcare in this country. And it's a sad state of affairs that we're in right now. We were there to work with them on this. They weren't there. I'm willing to hop on a plane right now. I will run out and go to the airport to get up there so we can figure this thing out, but they're not interested in it. And that's where we're at right now. And remember, the last government shutdown didn't happen during Joe Biden. There wasn't a single government shutdown during that period. It was during the last Trump administration. This is normal for him. It's hard for him to work with others, but that's what government's about.
When it comes to the people you represent here in Central Florida, what's your biggest concern about the impacts of a prolonged government shutdown?
Well, as of now, if you receive Social Security or if you're on Medicare, you're still going to receive those benefits. You're still going to get those checks. But if the government shutdown goes for a long, long time, you will actually see that some checks will be more delayed. You'll see that some folks, when you call to get a question answered at Social Security Administration, you might not get your phone answered for a while because people are furloughed. And also the fact that we have so many federal workers that are going to work that don't know if they're going to get their next paycheck. Because as long as we're in a government shutdown, paychecks don't go out. We're talking about TSA workers who are tasked with making sure we're safe when we're, flying. We're talking about the fact that a lot of the FDA gets laid off. NOAA, this is the organization that ensures we're up to date on forecasts for hurricanes. We're in hurricane season right now. If you go to their social media, they've posted, we furlough a lot of our communications team. We're not gonna be able to communicate to people. So a government shutdown is serious, and it's also, whenever a government shuts down, it shows the failure of Congress and the failure of the president to negotiate a deal to make sure that the government stays open.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think a lot of people are frustrated by this process and seeing the finger pointing from Republicans, calling it the Schumer shutdown, Democrats blaming it on Republicans who are in the majority. But for the inability to get something done on this and for it to come to a shutdown again, what does that say about kind of where we are? And the inability of Congress a lot of times to get things done.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely frustrating. And I think about my first term in Congress under Joe Biden, right? We were in a Republican-led House of Representatives where we got close to a shutdown, but we didn't shut down. Why didn't we shut down? Joe Biden had multiple meetings with Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader at the time, and they negotiated a deal. Even though Democrats had the presidency and Democrats had the Senate, he understood that we had to work together to get something over the line because he could see the math. And he didn't expect for Republicans to vote for something that they weren't a part of. And not just that they weren't a part of, because this isn't about process, but something they didn't believe in at all. And you work out and you get to a compromise. Donald Trump didn't bring us in on anything. And what that results in is people not having their health care saved. Through the big, ugly bill that they passed, 17 million people are being kicked off their health insurance. Now, if we don't handle what we need to do and do our job on extending the tax subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, 25 million people will see their health insurance skyrocket. And that's unacceptable. And for the president and the Speaker of the House to say, let's do it later, again, Congress is like the only place in the world, the only job where you can say, yeah, let's do our job later. We got to do our job now. Let's get out of this government shutdown. Let's fix healthcare. Let's move on from this. We're ready to do it. Again, I was in D.C. Monday, Tuesday, ready to work, and Republicans were nowhere to be found. I can't think of another job where you can just take a vacation in the middle of a crisis like this.
At the same time, I think Republicans would say, why not just pass the clean CR and negotiate those subsidies once that's passed?
Because we negotiate for the CR. That's the way this works. We negotiate for the budget. We're not negotiating for the budget. And what happens is that because we're really thinking about working people and we know what's coming when these tax subsidies expire, that is something we need to handle right now. So I get what they're saying. What they're saying is, do the thing that we want to do. Let's not do our job and handle what we need to handle in the tax subsidies, and let's let people's health care go up. And maybe, just maybe, at some point in the future, we'll talk about it and we'll get it done. And that's not good enough. I got elected to stand up for my constituents. If we do nothing, 180,000 or 189,000 people will see their health care go up upwards of 300%. That's not just Democrats. It's Democrats, it's Republicans, it's independents, it's people who don't vote, it's everybody, it's families. And we have to handle it now. And so I get what they're saying. They want us to kick the can down the road. They want us to not go to work on this. We got to go to work on this. Let's do it right now. You could get it done in a day.
It seems like both sides have kind of dug in their heels on this. So where do we go from here, Congressman?
It's really up to the president. The president, the way things are working right now, there is no independent Congress, the way that the Constitution states out. The Speaker of the House doesn't make really his own decisions. He does what the president says. The president is the Speaker of the House right now, and that's a very sad state of affairs, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. That's not how this country should work, but it's how it's working. So it's up to the president and him alone to come out and say, you know what? Let's have another meeting. Let's figure out what we can do to do our job to make sure healthcare doesn't go up for millions of people across this country. And if he can do that, and our leaders can get to the table and have a negotiation and compromise, which is what part of what government's about, then we can get back to Congress, pass this, and move on. That's really what needs to happen. It's all in his hands. Republicans run the House, the Senate, and the White House. We just need some leadership right now.
We've seen some reporting from Politico that there are rank and file members having bipartisan discussions kind of in the background here about a path out of this. Have you had any conversations with Republicans?
Most of those have been on the Senate because the House has not been called back. So I was ready to have those conversations on Monday and Tuesday, the day of the shutdown, the day after the shutdown, but there were no Republicans in D.C. to talk to us.
Congressman Frost, really appreciate your time here this morning.
Thanks. Good to see you.
See you. We are getting ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. I do want to give you another live look right now at the U.S. Capitol. The Senate is set to gavel in around noon, I believe. That is when they are scheduled to convene today. We will see what happens with that. We do know they took a couple of votes yesterday on the dueling plans, the Republican funding plan and the Democratic funding plan. Neither one of them advanced votes along party lines and some procedural things to block those from moving on. So we will see what happens today when the Senate floor opens around noon. We will monitor that here on Fox Local. But we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, pretty dreary and soggy setup for us here in Central Florida.
Oh my goodness. We thought we were good after Hurricane Imelda passed by, but it was what it left behind that is one of the reasons, Garrett, it's going to be so rainy here, not just today, but really through early next week. And this is going to become a problem because we could start to see flooding at the coast. Not especially from higher than normal tides, although there could be some coastal erosion at times of high tide because it's so rough out there. Next high tide, by the way, at Daytona is at 4:38 p.m. But because we're going to have so much rain in the forecast, and on the coast, we may see rain totals piling up at greater than 1 foot by the time we get to the middle of next week. If you add it all together, where you get 2 or 3 inches here, 2 or 3 inches there, and you multiply that by 5 to 6 days, and that can really add up. Now, case in point is we've had rounds of rain moving through Daytona Beach, also into Port Orange, and now into Seminole County. And those rounds of rain have dropped well over 2 inches in some spots, resulting in flood advisories. Now, the rain today is going to continue, and the takeaway here is that this will be mainly along the Atlantic coast for the biggest impacts. The farther inland you get to Orlando and to the attractions, not only the lower the rain chance, but the lower the rain totals. It's still going to rain, but it won't be as bad. And as you go even farther west toward Tampa, there's going to be considerably less rain overall. But we are in a situation where along the Atlantic coast, we could see rain training. It's called training, where you have like a freight train and each car represents a cell. And those thunderstorm cells track over the same areas over and over and over. And that's how you could get those huge rain totals. So through this afternoon, it looks like we may see an axis of that rain going as far west as Kissimmee and as far south before ultimately the axis of that rain drops farther south into Brevard County this evening and tonight. But then we may see more of it kicking back in. And it's just going to come in waves where we get a couple hours off and a couple hours on. But look at these rainfall totals. I mean, this resembles what you'd see in a tropical system where we see upwards of a foot to maybe 13 inches of rain in spots. It's totally possible. Most areas will have between 4 and 7 inches. Manageable over a period of a span of 5 to 7 days. But there could be situations where, think about like high tide comes in, the water table isn't that low, the ground is saturated from previous days' rain, and the rain really has nowhere to go, so it starts ponding in places that typically it wouldn't. So we may have many more flood advisories or even flash flood warnings briefly for some of our coastal counties like Brevard, Volusia, maybe into Flagler counties. 2 to 4 inches of rain for Orlando possible, and then lesser amounts as you get farther west. Another element to consider is the wind. We've had wind gusts today between 25 and 35 miles an hour. The wind is going to remain a force. So what's going on here in the big picture? Well, we've got an area of high pressure across New England that's really strong, and it's forcing in an east flow across Florida coming in off the Atlantic. We've got a stationary front that's positioned across South Florida, and we've got that lingering moisture from what was Imelda that has now cleared the region. You can see Imelda there on the map on the right-hand side. It's going to become extratropical, which means it's no longer a hurricane inside of the next few days. But in doing so, dragging that cold front farther into Florida, that front stalls and then becomes a focus point for rain. And so you got the leftover moisture from Imelda, you've got that front, and then that high pressure zone I talked about helping to further enhance the easterly flow. That's why the Atlantic coast specifically would be favored for the heaviest rain. And then as you get farther inland, the rain drops off as far as its intensity and its overall coverage. So this is the kind of situation where not only do you get rain today, but it'll happen through the weekend. So here's our weekend future radar. We'll have rain tomorrow, rain coming in on Saturday. You can see the little timeline there going into Saturday evening. And then on Sunday, look at this, more rounds of rain. But you'll notice also that most of it is from Orlando points east. So it's really going to be a thing where you get a little bit of rain out in Claremont, but you get a whole lot more rain in Port Orange. And if that's not enough, because that's a stationary front stalled over these subtropical waters of the Southwest Atlantic and the Gulf, very warm waters this time of year, the National Hurricane Center says that indeed there's a 10% chance we may see a tropical depression developing in this area, maybe over the northwest Bahamas, which then drifts into Florida. And I'm not expecting a wind impact from that, but what it would do is even further enhance our rain intensity and coverage, resulting in even more rain. Now, elsewhere in the Atlantic, there's also a chance out in the far eastern Atlantic of a 20% chance zone of development, but that's not going to impact anytime soon. Imelda is moving out. It's northeast of Bermuda, and it is, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, going to become a post-tropical or an extratropical system where it becomes a frontal system, moving out of the Atlantic, bringing gale force winds. Now, we're going to catch a break here for the better part of the next 8 to 10 days before we may have more tropical trouble, but this time in the Gulf or the Caribbean, and we'll have to watch that very carefully for possible impacts here. In the 7-day forecast, though, check it out. We've got a likely chance of rain today and tomorrow, but an even more likely chance of rain as we head into the weekend and early next week, up to about an 80% chance Sunday and Monday. So, Garrett, we have about 3 to 4 weeks left of the typical rainy season before we get into what's referred to as the dry season, the winter months here in Florida. It's not going to get cold, but it will be very dry. We have far fewer rain opportunities. And with La Nina setting in, that's the unusual cooling of the eastern equatorial Pacific waters, there are indications that this winter might be a lot drier than normal. And so the result is that the rain we get is probably the rain we need, because we got to keep those water tables high as we get into a dry winter and what will probably be a really dry spring. I think we're probably going to see a lot more of that severe drought cropping back up in about 6 to 7 months from now.
So what you're telling us is don't complain about it being a rainy weekend.
Yes. Do not complain. Obviously, we don't want the flooding in people's homes and all that. That's just an outside chance, but something to consider. But more so just with the inconvenience factor of a rainy weekend. It's going to be kind of a bummer, but at the same time, better to have some rain than a drought, in my opinion.
That is true.
Yep.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. My pleasure. See you tomorrow, Garrett. Thanks.
Give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll take you through some of your News Plus headlines at this hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and give you another live look over downtown Orlando as the rain continues to fall as we approach 11:30 here on this Thursday morning. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. The search is on for the driver believed to be involved in a deadly hit-and-run crash that happened last night on Colonial Drive in Orange County. Troopers saying that deadly crash happened around 8 o'clock last night, and Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on what we know.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, investigators say that driver was traveling in the intersection right behind me. When they turned left, they hit a person trying to cross in the crosswalk. Now, investigators say that driver did not stop, and they just kept going. It happened here in Orlando, here on East Colonial Drive and North Cimarron Boulevard near the Executive Airport. The pedestrian was taken to Advent Health East Hospital, but later died. The driver in the car still has yet to be identified, and the crash remains under investigation. We spoke to St. Cloud's police chief just yesterday on what to do if you're involved in a hit and run. This is what he had to say.
You need to stop your vehicle, number one. If you are involved in any type of crash, you bump into somebody, the consequences are much more severe when you leave the scene. Now, this one, you're leaving the scene of an accident that resulted in death. So that is very, very significant.
And the Florida Highway Patrol wants you to give them a call if you have any information on this investigation, or just give Crime Line a call.
And now I want to take you to Brevard County, where controversy is continuing to brew in Palm Bay ahead of the city of Palm Bay holding another council meeting tonight. This is one of the items up for consideration in that meeting tonight is potentially asking the governor to remove one of their own, a council member who's coming under scrutiny for inflammatory posts on X about Indian Americans. And as Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie reports, this is not the first time that this councilman has made comments that have gotten him into some trouble.
Well, this is the third time that Republican Palm Bay Councilman Chandler Langevin has been under fire for comments that he has made on social media. First, it was about Muslims in America, then left-wing evil, and now it is Indians in America. And other council members are saying this has gone on for far too long. This is the last straw, and they want him removed from office. These are the tweets that started this call to action. In this one, he says, quote, "Indians don't assimilate. They're here to drain our pockets and get back to India rich, or worse, to stay." In another, Langevin writes, quote, "We should be deporting Indians. Why are we allowing a third world invasion?" Yesterday, State Senator Debbie Mayfield sent a letter to Governor Ron DeSantis asking him to step in, calling Langevin's actions repulsive and hateful, and says the social media posts are inexcusable, adding that we must continue to reject racism in all aspects. Langevin is refusing to step down, and on Wednesday, he responded to that letter on X, saying, quote, "I'm pretty sure mean words do not meet statutory requirements for a suspension." Supporting a foreign invasion, on the other hand, Mayfield's request to the governor calls for Langevin's immediate suspension on the grounds of malfeasance. In another post, Langevin doubles down on his stance after sharing a September tweet from Charlie Kirk that said America does not need more visas for people from India. Langevin writing in part, quote, "I stand by my comments." Now, that council meeting is scheduled for 6 o'clock this evening. It is expected to be a packed house. Fox 35 will be there to bring you the latest.
And that meeting scheduled for 6 o'clock, it is the regularly scheduled council meeting. There was a specially called meeting that was scheduled for earlier this week. They did not have a quorum to consider some business, but they did hear from a number of speakers kind of speaking out about that and some reaction to some of the comments. Now you've got the State Senator Debbie Mayfield, who is calling for the governor to take action. And so we will see what happens in that meeting tonight. We will certainly have updates for you later tonight on Fox 35 News and tomorrow here on Fox Local. We are also learning some steps that Walmart is taking to remove dyes and chemicals from the food on their shelves. This is following guidance from Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., part of the push to make America healthy again, as the Trump administration is calling it. And Fox 35's Marley Capper has those details.
Well, Walmart is really adopting the Make America Healthy Again mission by removing dyes and 30 other chemicals that are commonly found in foods, whether it be here or other places across the country. Take a look at this list of some of those things. That includes preservatives, artificial sweeteners, and fat substitutes. It follows similar moves from major food manufacturers like Nestle, Kraft, and Pepsi. Health and Human Services Director RFK Jr. said in April that he wants all synthetic dyes out of the nation's food supply by 2026.
We approved a new vegetable-based dye, blue dye. So, we're going to make sure that these companies and this industry has the supply chain so that they're able to get the products that they need.
Some of the ingredients are already banned or rarely used, but Walmart says the move is really a response to the customers as they've demanded for fewer additives. Now, Walmart says that people will see the changes in place by January of 2027, so right on the cusp of when RFK Jr. is hoping for. About 1,000 different items here at Walmart are going to be impacted, like baked goods, snacks, drinks, salad dressings, and so you might even notice some different packaging in the future as it starts to roll out.
So something to continue to watch for there next time you go shopping, as they begin to kind of roll that out and phase out those changes there at the Walmart. Finally here, a disabled veteran arrested in his own home, allegedly over stolen shrimp, but it turns out deputies had the wrong guy. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger has that story.
This all came down to a case of mistaken identity. The Seminole County Sheriff's Office says its deputies have been reprimanded and retrained after this incident, but the attorney for the family says that is not enough.
We'll back up. Seminole County Sheriff's deputies showed up at this house a little after 10 p.m. on a Sunday. This was June 8th of this year.
Sheriff's Office.
The deputies say they need to talk to Victor Washington Gordillo, and they don't want to do it in front of his family. Victor and his wife Jennifer say, no, we don't know what you're doing here. You're not allowed inside. So the deputies push their way inside the home, despite not having a warrant to go into the house.
You're going to get chased.
Victor Washington Gordillo Jr. is a 20-plus year service member. He was in the Army. He just got back from active reserves. He and his wife both work for the VA. His military service left him with multiple disabilities, and he told deputies he'd had back surgery.
I can't feel my feet. We're going to try to lift it. Dude, my back is gone.
The deputies try to use their bodies to prop Victor up while they wait for the fire department to get there and help. And then the deputies realize Oviedo police had sent them after the wrong guy. That's why the couple has hired an attorney.
The mere fact that they entered his home violates his constitutional rights under the Fourth Amendment, not to have his person seized without probable cause, and they also violated the due process provisions of the 14th Amendment.
Victor Washington Gordillo Sr. was accused of petty theft. Police say he stole about $120 of frozen shrimp from a Winn-Dixie. Oviedo's police report says they wanted to check whether he might be staying at his son's house.
Could you have a sign?
They sent Seminole County deputies there, incorrectly saying the particular Victor Gordillo they were after had a 1978 birth date rather than 1955.
Mr. Gordillo was physically and emotionally damaged. The family members that were there who were also traumatized to the point of needing to seek therapy.
The state attorney's office wound up dropping the petty theft charges that actually led to all of this. The attorney representing the family says he's still figuring out what causes of action he'll pursue, both against the Seminole County Sheriff's Office and the Oviedo Police Department, but he's hoping those agencies make things right before he actually has to file a lawsuit. In Seminole County, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Well, those are your News Plus headlines this morning. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local. But we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A registered sex offender from North Carolina has been arrested in Montana. He's accused of preying on children online. He now faces 15 charges related to sex crimes against children, and and he's being held in Montana right now, awaiting extradition back to Polk County to face his charges there. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd posted a video on social media with more details about this case and some words.
You know, at the Sheriff's Office, our very top priority is to chase child predators, those that are online trying to get to our children. Well, my detectives did a remarkable job, and I'm going to introduce you to one of the most dangerous, nasty people that I've ever seen an investigation involving in a very long time. First off, let me show you his 2018 photograph. That's right. Courtney Stanhope was in the Navy in 2018. He was assigned to Virginia, but North Carolina worked a case on him. And they found out that he was in possession of child porn. And they prosecuted him in North Carolina. They only gave him 3 years of probation and 30 years as a sex offender. He didn't even go to jail or prison, and he was a sex offender, a child predator. Well, the Navy said, hey, we've had enough of that, and they catapulted him. The next thing that happened, Texas detectives are doing an investigation, and he comes up on an investigation there where he's trying to groom an undercover detective. They take the case to the U.S. Attorney's Office there. They don't like the case because they say, well, he's using images that might be AI generated, so they gave it the federal government wash. And then we saved the day. He got online with our undercover detectives, and he said that he would like to have sex. He sent us nude pictures of himself. He sent us child pornography. He thought he was talking to a 15-year-old. He was grooming the 15-year-old as to how to have sex with children like 7 and 8. He said, it's real easy. You just get a job as a babysitter and kind of make it a game so the kids don't realize what you're doing. And then he admitted that he had had sex with children as young as 8 years of age. Well, that's where the game ended. The Texas detectives worked hard, but they couldn't get it done because of the prosecutors. North Carolina, they had him in their grasp and they cut him loose with 3 years probation? Are you kidding me? Now we're working with the Montana authorities and they've arrested him for us. That's right. We were here pretending to be a 15-year-old. He was grooming us from Montana, and he's in custody, charged with child porn and using a computer to solicit children for sex. And the investigation's ongoing. Now we're going to show Texas, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and North Carolina how to deal with a dangerous child sex predator. You see, he is never, ever going to stop. If he has access to children, he's going to sexually batter them. And he bragged about it. And he was grooming a 15-year-old. He's locked up in Montana, no bond. We're bringing him from Montana to Polk County, Florida. Once we convict him, we're going to send him to state prison for a very long time. That's where he should be. Other law enforcement agencies and prosecutors across this nation, wake up. They're not always easy cases, but they're always righteous cases. Prosecute these people. Don't give them a free ride or an easy ride or decide, well, heck, that's just too much trouble. It's never too much trouble to prosecute a child sex predator.
Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd posting that video on his social media about that case as that suspect awaits extradition back to Polk County to face those charges. In Flagler County, the school board there considering some changes to try to make students more safe inside the school building. They're looking at installing metal detectors, and this comes after they were already added at Mainland High in Volusia County. So a number of communities considering or already adding metal detectors to schools. And Flagler County School Board Chair Will Furry was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about the decision to look at metal detectors in Flagler County.
You know, there was a time in this country where we talked about putting metal detectors in schools, and so many people said it was too cumbersome, it would take too long, that it was an impossible task. But now we're starting to see some schools are doing it, and they're having really good success.
Yes, you know, we are constantly evaluating different methods to secure our campuses. As a matter of fact, we've taken significant strides to strengthen our campuses in the last few years. You know, we've added gates, fencing, secured main entrances, expanded camera coverage, and implemented mobile panic alert systems. But in light of recent events and the climate that we're in, the community is asking for additional measures.
So talk to me a little bit about what it would take to go ahead and implement something like this. What are some of the steps that you would have to go through?
Well, one of them is that we have our security assessment team that works for the district, and also we collaborate with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Staley. And we just recently had a security executive session, and actually we're workshopping this. We've already been a bit ahead of this as a district because this is something that's always on the top of topic. And, you know, metal detectors are just one way of solving it. There's a lot of new technologies right now. So what we're actually doing is looking for weapon detection systems. Those include metal detectors, handheld wands, weapon detecting dogs, and even AI-based weapon identification software. We're always evaluating the balance between safety, the cost, and efficiency of moving our kids on and off campus.
Oh, I love that. So it would be sort of like a multi-aspect approach to this. There are lots of different things that you could do.
That's correct.
Yeah, interesting. And I understand, Will, that you got a chance to walk through Parkland recently. How did that impact you?
Yeah, that was probably one of the most difficult things I had to do during my tenure as an elected official, but it was a necessary one because we learned a lot from walking through that and seeing ways that we can prevent that from ever happening again. And, you know, one of them is time is of the essence. Every second counts. And one thing that I learned is that it's about also mitigation. And there's another program out there that we're considering is called the Guardian Program, which would allow us to also arm faculty and staff. And this is something that we're still workshopping. There's other versions of it as well. But the reality of Parkland is that they may not have been able to stop every single life from being lost that day, but they could have maybe stopped it from going to the second and third floor if other things were implemented.
Will, can you talk to us a little bit about a timeline for this and maybe a cost?
Well, we're still evaluating the cost. I mean, it's significant. So the timeline, we're doing our research. We have our team bringing us back the data on these different methods so that we can decide whether it's going to be one of these or maybe a combination of all of them. But it is a high priority to implement something in this district relatively soon.
And Will, just real quick, would it be just high school and middle schools that you would consider this?
Well, we are starting with our secondary, but ultimately it could also reach all the way down to our elementary schools as well.
So we will continue to watch that as Flagler County Schools continues to look into that. But we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at downtown Orlando. You see Kia Center, the home of the Orlando Magic, to the left there. And hard to believe, but the NBA season already getting underway. The preseason, I should say, the preseason games begin this weekend, believe it or not. The Magic and the Heat facing off with their preseason opener in Puerto Rico this weekend. That's 8 o'clock on Saturday night. So it is that time of year. Already getting ready for a new season. The Magic have a lot of new faces on the team as well, and hoping to make some progress and take a step forward after another early exit in the postseason last year. They had a media day earlier this week, and Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp had the chance to get to know some of the Magic players, including star forward Paolo Banchero and Jace Richardson, the Orlando Magic guard as well. Here's Jonah's conversation with them.
What does Desmond bring to the team?
He brings a ton, I think, with his voice, his leadership, and then obviously his play on the court. You know, he's a hell of a player, hell of a shooter. And just, plays both sides of the ball, which fits right in with us and what we're doing. And I think he's just going to add a whole new element to our team.
Where do you feel the chemistry's at this point?
I think it's, relatively good. Obviously I think it needs to be, it needs to build and be better as the season goes on. Us not being here for that long yet, not starting training camp yet. There's definitely chemistry that needs to be built. And so, I think that's going to happen over time. And I think once it is built, when we start clicking, I think that's when we're playing our best basketball.
Paolo, is there a question that you wish people would ask you more? I know you've been asked a ton of questions today and over the first few years of your career, but
is there a question?
Is there a question people don't ask you that you're like, I'm surprised people don't ask this?
No, not really. Not really. All the questions, all the questions that are asked, I would say are pretty reasonable. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's been the moment for you where maybe a pinch me moment, or what's been the I can't believe I'm here moment? Was it when you got drafted first overall, getting named to an all-star team? What's been that moment for you?
I would say it's been a couple of them. Definitely getting drafted, number one. That was a life-changing moment, something I'll never forget. Definitely, my family never forget. Being all-star, I think being in the all-star game just for the first time at 21, being around just all those guys, LeBron, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, just on the floor with all these guys in the all-star game, that was a crazy experience. And yeah, I would say those two stick out the most. But I think every day in the NBA, just being this as my job, I always have moments where I kind of sit back and realize, what I'm doing for a living, and how fortunate I am to be doing it.
I would imagine sharing the floor with Bron or Steph or KD. You grew up a fan of basketball.
Yeah.
So, that's got to be surreal.
Definitely. Grew up watching those guys, my whole life, literally. I remember being a kid, I remember being first grade watching Steph Curry in college at Davidson. So it's and then you watch them in the NBA, you watch them win championships, you watch them go through all their, all the stuff that they have gone through in their careers, and then now you're on the court with them in an all-star game. And it's just wow, time's flown. And then also, it makes you feel or makes you realize that, you've came a long way.
I'm getting the signal to start wrapping up, but I do want to ask you, because we just talked to Franz, who also tore his oblique last year. He was saying the lateral movement for him was the toughest adjustment to get back to feeling more natural. What was it for you? What part of your game?
Yeah, I definitely would say just absorbing and accepting contact and kind of giving it out how I usually do. It kind of took me a while to be comfortable, giving out bumps and taking bumps. And then also just the twisting, spinning, kind of like you said, lateral movement, all that stuff kind of, tearing your oblique makes you rethink kind of all that stuff, it makes it always in the back of your head. Especially when you're first coming back, there is a mental block there, which I had to get through, which now I'm well through, but, I think coming back at first, it definitely was there.
How do you fight off that competitor inside of you and balance that mental aspect of being sidelined with the physical aspect where your body's saying you're not ready yet?
Yeah, for me it was simple, just listening to trusted opinions, to doctors, to the training staff, listening to them. If they say, I was going to be out for this long, then just taking that time and letting my body heal. Not trying to rush back, not trying to be Superman or, expedite the process. Really just taking my time, letting my body heal, and listening to those who I trust.
What would define a successful Magic season for you?
I would say a trip to the Eastern Conference Finals with a chance to go to the finals and a top 3 seed in the East.
Why is this team built to win a title?
I think we have, a lot of championship components, offensively and defensively. I think we have versatility. I think we have chemistry as a unit. And I think we have, big-time players who can make big-time plays.
How's the offseason been treating you, Jace?
It was a long offseason for me. Just going through the pre-draft process and then, coming down here, moving down here, and then just getting acclimated to these guys. It's been long, but it's been fun.
What is it like hearing your name called, dude?
It was a special moment. Just to have that moment shared with, a bunch of close family members, a bunch of friends, old teammates, just to have everybody there kind of just supporting me and just to have that moment with those special people around me, it's forever going to be stuck in my mind.
What's getting you fired up for the season?
This team. I think this team's going to compete at a high level this year. And, these guys are really hungry to go win something. So I just really am looking forward to this season.
Has anyone taken you under their wing?
I think for me so far it's really been Jalen, Tyus, and Desmond, the guards. I feel like just kind of teaching me every day how to be a pro, how to attack things from a certain standpoint, and, just learning from those guys.
Have you already sensed the difference between college and pro?
Oh, definitely. I feel like this is more, it's a lot more serious at this level. These are jobs now.
Yeah.
And we're all taking this at a really serious level. These guys are really ready to compete, hungry. It's a different game than it was in college.
What about the speed of the game?
Definitely a lot faster. I think that was the first thing I kind of recognized in the summer leagues, that this game, it's a lot of up and down. It's a faster pace. Guys are moving quicker. And that's just something I got to adjust to.
You're not unfamiliar with this area, though, right? You played high school ball in Florida.
Yeah, definitely. Not too far from here, about 3-hour drive in Miami, Florida. And I used to remember coming up here when I was younger, about 5 or 6, when my dad used to play here. So, yeah.
Yeah. What do you remember about that?
Man, I remember being at the Amway the most. Just being at the practices, being in the family room. I was messing up the family room. Me and my brother used to be fighting in there. But I definitely remember coming to the games. They had a talented team that year, and just remember being the energy of the Magic fans.
How involved has your dad been, starting in high school, playing for Michigan State, now playing for the Magic? How involved has your dad been throughout this process for you?
He's been fairly involved. I think for me, the biggest thing he does is just give me just tidbits, him and my mom, because my mom used to be my coach. So just listening to those two, I feel like I have good guidance behind me, and just listen to any advice they can give me.
How competitive is your family, Jace?
Overly competitive. I don't think we ever got through a Monopoly game without somebody throwing the board. Pickleball games were a problem. We couldn't play basketball in our household because we used to do 2-on-2, and that would end up in just arguments. But super competitive household. Nobody likes losing in there.
Big Monopoly family?
Yeah, I think my brother is really a big Monopoly guy, so I think that was the game of choice when it came to like a family game night. And we can never get through a full game, ever.
I was reading an article about you. Brendan Quinn of The Athletic, he did a feature on you, I think this past March.
Yeah.
And I had so many questions, so I just wanted to ask you. You speak multiple languages? Which ones?
I speak Spanish. They just had me do 2 interviews in Spanish. It's a little rusty right now, but they definitely just had me do 2 interviews in Spanish.
Are you fluent?
Borderline fluent.
Okay.
But yeah, and then I took a little bit of Mandarin for about 2 years with a tutor. I've basically lost it all, but I still got a couple words I still remember.
How did you take up Spanish? You just started it in school?
So this first school I went to in Colorado was called Denver Montclair International. So you had to choose between Spanish, French, or Mandarin. And from pre-K to 3rd grade, all classes were in Spanish. Math, science, every class was in Spanish. So by the time we were in 3rd grade, we were basically on like a fluent level.
Interesting. And you played soccer growing up?
Yes.
You were a goalkeeper?
Yeah, that was one of my first sports. Started playing when I was about 5, and then just played it all the way up until 8th grade. 8th grade, I had the opportunity to go train in Spain, which got cut due to COVID. But that was one of my other sports that I really loved.
Did you want to pursue soccer?
I did, and then I realized basketball was going to take too much time. And I was like, I just got to pick one or the other. And I happened to be a lot better at, well, not a lot better, but I felt like I was better at basketball than I was at soccer.
Also, you left school, I was reading, with a 3.9 GPA. Is that accurate?
Yes.
How important is school to you?
Oh, super important. I think that's kind of like one thing that's like a non-negotiable in my house. You like academics come first. So that's always kind of been instilled in me since a young age. And, you know, just trying to do my best in every single class that I take.
Is it in your future plans to go back and get your degree?
Oh, most definitely. I think that's kind of like also a non-negotiable in my household. My dad just got his degree this year, and I feel like it's kind of my duty to go back and go get mine.
Is that a post-retirement plan for you?
Hopefully, I can start chipping away at it while I'm playing, but if I can't, definitely a post-retirement.
All right, I have a bunch of questions. One-word answers if you want. Favorite Thanksgiving side dish?
Mac and cheese, 100%.
Favorite Christmas tradition?
Gingerbread houses.
Best holiday memory?
I don't remember what year it was, but we had like a Halloween that was just so fun. I think we were in my friend's neighborhood, and his neighborhood's like known for having like one of the scariest, like, they would have people like chase you down blocks, like all types of things. And it was just a fun night. It was a fun night.
If you were stranded on a deserted island, who would you choose to be with?
That's a good question. Probably one of my parents. I feel like they would know what they're doing if we were stranded, for sure.
Choose one. No, I'm kidding. You don't have to choose this.
That might be a talk at home. I'm like, why didn't you choose me?
What's your idea of a perfect weekend?
Just music, sun's out. I can go outside and enjoy the weather. If not, I can come back inside and play video games.
Who's your biggest inspiration?
My parents.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Just enjoy life every step of the way.
If you could have a superpower, what would it be and why?
Teleportation. I feel like I can go anywhere I want. I could pop up, if I want to go somewhere, I can just pop up there.
When do you put up the Christmas tree?
After Thanksgiving.
When do you take down the Christmas tree?
Either right away or after New Year's.
That's the right answer.
Yeah.
Jay, I said April.
Oh, jeez.
Teleportation certainly would be helpful, I'll say that. Live look at Kia Center right now and I-4 in downtown Orlando. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. It is afternoon now here in the Eastern Time Zone, and we are giving you a live look at the floor of the U.S. Senate. It is now open. Since the invocation and the kind of gaveling in, opening the Senate floor, nothing really has happened here, but we are monitoring this to see what comes up. We know there was a couple of procedural votes yesterday where neither of the dueling plans between Republicans and Democrats of a funding bill, neither one advanced. And so we're watching to see if those come back up here in the next little bit, or if we hear from any senators speaking on the floor. We'll be monitoring that. But I do want to play for you, as we heard just a little bit ago, earlier this morning, from House leadership, including Speaker Mike Johnson, Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer. So the leadership of the House Republicans speaking earlier today about where things stand with the government shutdown. Obviously, we did speak with Democrat Congressman Maxwell Frost on our program earlier today, but I want to play for you the latest from Republicans. This is from a couple of hours ago on Capitol Hill.
Well, welcome everybody to day 2 of the Democrat shutdown. Let's make absolutely clear what's happening here. Real pain is being inflicted upon the American people because 44 Democrats in the Senate have voted for the 3rd time to reject the completely nonpartisan, completely clean, very simple 24-page continuing resolution that we passed in the House here 2 weeks ago. Now, why did we do that? For a refresher for everyone. We have been working very hard, this leadership team, to get Congress working again. Congress has not done the appropriations process appropriately for many years now. And so we have forced the muscle memory back. Our appropriators have done a great job in bipartisan fashion, by the way. And they've worked very hard and passed 12 separate appropriations bills through the committee as is supposed to be done. We passed 3 of those off the House floor. The Senate did its work. For the first time in years, the Senate passed 3 appropriations bills off the floor. Those bills don't match up exactly. So the way the system works, everybody remembers from civics, is that when the 2 chambers have bills that don't align perfectly, you put together a conference committee. That's been done. All of that work's been done very deliberately, very carefully, and as good stewards of taxpayer resources. The problem is we ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. So we did the logical, simple, good faith thing. Instead of loading up a continuing resolution to keep the lights on, to keep the government open so this process can continue, instead of loading it up with poison pills or gimmicks or tricks, we sent over a very simple continuing resolution that every single Democrat in the Senate has voted for in the past, just to keep the government open for the people, so that we could get to November 21st, 7 weeks, to allow more time for this process to play out. That is what happened. Now, the Democrats did something they've never done before. Chuck Schumer has led them all to vote against it. Everybody's been discussing this for the last few days. Why in the world would Chuck Schumer do a 180-degree turn? Because he said passionately, as recently as March of this year, on the same instrument, the same CR, that it would be reckless and irresponsible and dangerous to close down the federal government. Why did Chuck Schumer change his tune? Everybody knows that now. He's trying to avoid a challenge from his left flank in his next Senate re-election campaign. And he wants to avoid the scrutiny that he received for doing the right thing back in March, because the far left and the base really went crazy on poor Chuck Schumer. And so he changed his tune. And now they're trying to pretend it's about something completely different. They have made a decision that they would rather give taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens than to keep the doors open for the American people, to keep vital services, veteran services, healthcare and nutrition for women, infants, and children. They would rather not pay the troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents. They would rather stop services of FEMA in the middle of a hurricane season than to do the right thing for partisan political purposes. It is selfish, it is reprehensible, and it is exactly the opposite of what they have all said themselves in their own words very passionately every day until now. We've been playing the greatest hits loop here on a video right outside the Speaker's office for days. You've all seen it. Make them answer for that. Don't ask the Republicans what we should be doing or what we should be negotiating. I don't have anything to negotiate. I sent them in good faith exactly what they had voted for before. We did not put any Republican provisions in that, and we tried to make this very simple, in good faith, so the appropriations process of the people can continue. Now, there's been a lot of talk about, they say that we're making this up, this illegal aliens receiving taxpayer benefits. It's a talking point, they said. I want to remind you of a couple of key facts. Everybody can remember, I think, back to 2020, in the presidential debate for all the candidates on the Democrat side. You might remember famously they were asked the question, raise your hand, they said on the stage, if you believe that illegal aliens should receive health care paid for by American taxpayers. Every single one of them raised their hand, to great applause in the audience from the Democrats who were there. Those hands included Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, what did they do? Did they follow through on that promise? Yeah, they absolutely did. Joe Biden used executive orders, and he expanded benefits, health care, to illegal aliens in his 4-year term. That was an outrageous violation of the existing federal law and of the principles of good stewardship. Those resources are not meant for people who break the law and come into our country. They're meant for U.S. citizens. And so they watered down these health programs. It was terribly dangerous. So we got the majority. President Trump has returned to the Oval Office with a mandate of 75 million Americans, this big popular vote win. The House Republicans received our largest popular vote total in the history of this institution. Republicans went immediately to work. And we passed the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. And we fulfilled all the promises that we made. One of the key promises that we made, because you all know that the open border was probably the #1 issue in the election cycle, was that we would end that madness. We would cut off resources, hard-earned taxpayer dollars by American citizens not going to reward people for breaking our law and coming over the border. And we did that. The one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, included a huge provision. A big chunk of that bill was the health provisions. Now, why are we saying that they want to return and restore taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens? Because that's exactly what they did. When they rejected the clean CR that we sent over, the Senate Democrats, Chuck Schumer, filed a counter-proposal. Now, what was in that counter-proposal? You can see it for yourselves. In fact, if you're watching at home, go to my website right now, speaker.gov. Go to the press releases tab, and you'll see it. It's listed right there. Just click on it. I'd like you to turn in your hymnals to page 57, okay? Section 2141. It is there in black letter. They filed this. This is not a talking point. This is what they proposed. They wanted to add, instead of the clean CR that keeps the government open for 7 more weeks to allow us to finish the work, they proposed a wild list of partisan priorities. Among them, they want to return $500 million to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning and biased media organizations. We're not doing that. The American people don't want us to do that. We don't need the Corporation for Public Broadcasting funded by taxpayers anymore because we're in their age of ubiquitous media. There's, 200 of you guys here? There's so many outlets. We don't need to do that. We're not going to do that. They wanted to cut, in the Democrats' counter-proposal, I want you to read it for yourself, speaker.gov. Go there and check it out. They want to remove the rural hospital fund that Republicans fought so hard to put into the one big beautiful bill. We set $50 billion aside to take care of rural hospitals. Why would Chuck Schumer want to get rid of that? I don't know. A lot of those rural hospitals are in red states. You have to decide for yourself what the motivations are here. But they say they're for health care. Why would they want to do that? The other thing that they put in there is very important. And on page 57 in section 2141, not a Republican talking point, read from the Democrats' document themselves. They said that they want to repeal the health provisions of the one big beautiful bill. Now, why is that so important? Because I want to tell you what those health provisions did. They eliminated all of the taxpayer-funded benefits going to illegals. There was an amendment that was sent over to the Senate to ensure that illegals would not be getting health care paid for by taxpayer dollars. Illegal aliens, okay? 43 of the 47 Senate Democrats voted against that. This is just a few months ago. The bill was signed into law July 4th, and we cut all of that out. Let me tell you what some of those things are. The Democrats' counter-proposal CR, the dirty CR we call it, as opposed to the clean CR, would result in nearly $200 billion being spent on illegal aliens and other non-citizens. Let me be specific. This is just a few of those, the reforms that we put in that they want to repeal and reverse. Number one, a provision that closes the California loophole. Now, that's a provision that's also been adopted by states like New York and Michigan and Massachusetts. Other states have followed, other blue states. The California loophole allows taxpayer-funded Medicaid for illegal aliens. We eliminated that in the big, beautiful bill Their repeal, their counteroffer is to repeal and reverse that. That would cost $34 billion of U.S. taxpayer funds. Number two, a provision that prohibits Medicaid from paying more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than it does for American patients who are disabled or elderly or children. We eliminated that in their counterproposal that they have filed that you can read yourself. They want to repeal that. That would cost taxpayers $28 billion. Here's another one, number three. They've counterproposed a provision that ends the Obamacare funding for non-citizens. The cost of that repeal would be $91 billion to all of you. Taxpayers, hardworking American citizens would be funding that. A provision that repeals the Obamacare special rule for immigrants. That cost would be $27 billion for taxpayers. A provision that ends Medicaid funding for those improperly granted asylum and parole under President Biden's open borders. The cost of that would be $6 billion. I think that's actually a low estimate. You know, President Biden intentionally opened the border and Kamala Harris for 4 straight years. By some estimates, 20 million illegal aliens came from every country all around the world. And a lot of dangerous people came into the country. And you know what they did? They granted them all asylum. They gave them all this parole status so that they could roll on to taxpayer benefits. We've all been funding that. Republicans said, no, that does not comport with common sense. We're going to do right by Americans and not everybody else. We're not going to incentivize illegal immigration, and that's exactly what Biden and Harris did. It's what President Trump ran on to end, and we did that. It took the president about 2 months, and he closed that border tight. We don't have that problem anymore, but we still got to deal with the tens of millions of people who are here illegally. We're working on that. So the Democrats' so-called reasonable counterproposal would reverse all those common sense reforms I just listed and more. And I don't want you to take our word for it. I don't want you to regard this as some talking point. I want you to go read it for yourselves. Speaker.gov, go to press releases. You'll see it's the first thing listed. Click on the bill and go through it yourself, and you'll see it. The result of all this would be $200 billion at least in taxpayer-funded benefits going straight to illegal aliens. Those are the simple facts. They cannot refute it. We have been making the rounds in all the media and every mainstream media outlet that we can get to over the last few days. And no one can challenge the facts that are on the paper. It's right there for everybody to see themselves. We have lots to say about that, and I'll answer some questions, but I want you to hear from the rest of the leadership team. And our majority leader who's been working really hard on all this is Mr. Steve Scalise. Leader?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we mark day 2 of Chuck Schumer's shutdown, we know that there is a very straightforward way out of this. And that is for Senate Democrats to join with Senate Republicans and vote for the bill that opens up the government and allows negotiations to continue. Surely by opening up the government again, it doesn't resolve all of our differences, but it allows us to negotiate without Chuck Schumer holding the American people hostage. That's really what's going on here. You know, we had a vote on this House floor 2 weeks ago, and 99% of House Democrats voted to shut the government down. Led by their leader, Hakeem Jeffries, whipped their members to vote to shut the government down. And so they're running around this town right now doing podcasts and trying to be commentators. They're doing everything but being legislators. When they had an opportunity to actually govern, House Democrats voted to shut the government down. And now that the government's shut down, they're trying to blame somebody else for what they did. They voted to do this. They can get bailed out by Senate Democrats. The bill is still sitting over in the Senate. And so rather than trying to figure out who to assign blame to, what they should do is go over to the Senate, talk to their Senate Democrat counterparts and say, Senate Democrats, Chuck Schumer, open up the government again. And then let's have a negotiation over our differences. President Trump, you saw Vice President Vance as well saying, we will negotiate, but not while you're holding hostages of the American people. There are real differences we can negotiate. You know, they want to talk about all the Obamacare increases in premiums that they caused families. Obamacare is the health care law of the land, and it's leading to higher premiums for families. There are a lot of conversations that people can have about how to fix those problems. Throwing hundreds of billions of new taxpayer dollars to things like funding illegal alien health care is not the answer to that problem. And it surely is not the reason for Democrats to be shutting down the government. And yet that's what they're doing. Some of their own leaders have confirmed that's why they're shutting down the government. And it's unacceptable to most American people who just want the government to work for them and deserve that. And we had a vote on the House floor. You can go look at that vote and see that over 99% of Democrats voted to shut the government down. It's a real vote that we held, and that bill is still sitting in the Senate. We stand ready to negotiate on a lot of differences. We are in a conference committee right now on 3 of the appropriations bills, and Tom Cole and his appropriators have passed all 12 of the bills out of committee. John Thune, to his credit, changed course from the old days of Chuck Schumer when Chuck Schumer ran the Senate and didn't bring any of the appropriations bills out of committee. They're now moving those bills in the Senate, and so we can have a broader negotiation on how to properly fund government, how to properly set priorities over funding government, which, by the way, shouldn't be complicated. It's what every family does sitting around their kitchen table. They figure out how to properly budget their households. Businesses do this all the time. A small business, whether it's good times or bad, has to sit down and figure out how to make the budget work. Washington needs to do the same thing. And that means House Democrats and Senate Democrats need to stop holding temper tantrums, stop making $1.5 trillion demands for illegal alien funding, and vote to open up the government, release the hostages, and let's go get back to a negotiation over what the priorities of this country really should be. President Trump has proven he's ready to negotiate again. He brought all the leaders to the White House just a few days ago. He stands ready to resolve this, but the ball's in Chuck Schumer's hands right now. He has chosen to shut down the government, and he can't articulate any real reason except that they want to take things like $50 billion away from rural hospitals to fund health care for illegals. And the Speaker laid it out incredibly clearly. It's not some hypothetical. Chuck Schumer filed an alternative government funding bill, and it includes getting rid of all the verifications on things like making sure illegals can't get those taxpayer-funded benefits. They want illegals to get free health care benefits, and they're willing to shut the government down to do it. That's not where the country is. It's surely not why we should be here right now. But we stand ready to work. We've done our job in the House. It's time for the Senate to do their job and end this madness. Keeping our members tied together, united, focused on what we need to do is our whip. Tom Emmer.
Our men and women in uniform, veterans, air traffic controllers, farmers and ranchers, federal workers and their families, Americans who rely on telehealth and home care services. These are just a few of the victims of the Chuck Schumer Democrat shutdown. All because Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries care more about appeasing the radical members of their party than working in good faith to keep the government open. They are trying valiantly to claim that they are doing it to fight for Americans' health care. But their $1.5 trillion wish list, which slashes funding for rural health care, as you've heard from both the Speaker and the Majority Leader, while giving taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens, tells a much different story. The American people see their political charade for what it is. The good news is Democrats still have time to do the right and reasonable thing. Because Republicans have done our job, there is a clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution ready in the Senate to send to President Trump's desk right now. The question is, how long? How long will Democrats hold the American people hostage to play their political games? I hope they come to their senses soon. Until then, we're going to force them to go on the record about their self-inflicted shutdown every single day. And the consequences will be theirs to own, and only theirs. With that, I'll turn it over to our conference chair, Lisa McClain.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Listen, this is really simple. There is a way to open the government today. Pass the clean Republican CR bill that we already passed. I mean, it's really, really simple. That's it. Just pass it. right? Goodness, Democrats have done this 13 times before, right? The same bill, 13 times before. It's really, really simple. So what's the problem now? Ask yourself, what's the problem now? Democrats want to make their most radical followers happy. They're pandering to the radical Democratic arm of their party. And you know what? They want to spend your money to do that. They want to spend your money on government benefits to illegals. Your money. Where does that $1.5 trillion come from? It comes from your pockets. And you're going to give it to illegals. Nobody wants that, except the Democrats. They're going to spend your money on a climate crusade. And they're going to spend your money on radical media outlets. Gang, this is your money. It comes out of your pockets that you work very, very hard for. And more than $1 trillion they want to spend on their radical Democratic goodies. What's more, they want to make you pay for that all while gutting historic investments in rural health care, which is really interesting, right? What's their talking point now? Oh, health care, right? Then ask them, why would you gut $50 billion if you care so much about health care from the rural health care, right? Because they don't have any facts. All they have is talking points, right? And they can't remember what they're talking about. Right? They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. They want to take $50 billion away from rural health care. Gee, I wonder why. And since they didn't get any of those things on a silver platter, they want to throw a fit, a tantrum, and they want to shut the government down. And guess who pays the price for that? Real Americans do. So I ask Democrats, are you okay with this? Are you okay with mothers on WIC unable to get milk for their children? Answer that question, Democrats, because with your no vote, you are voting for mothers on WIC not to be able to feed their children. Are you okay with that? Ask them that when you talk to them, right? And ask the Democrats, are you okay with soldiers wondering how they're going to make ends meet when they aren't getting paid? That's their vote when they vote for the clean CR, when they have a no vote on the clean CR. They are voting, Democrats are voting, to make sure that troops aren't getting paid. Ask them if they're okay with that. And ask them if they're okay with delaying home purchases for families and benefits of veterans, right? Enough. Stop the hijacking of our government. Stop the political games. That's why the leadership team behind me put a clean CR on the table. We didn't play any political games. We didn't add a bunch of our wish lists, a bunch of our pet projects to the CR. No, we said enough with the games. Let's put the exact same CR on the table that the Democrats voted for 13 times. And you know what they said? They said no. So if the Democrats really care about the American people, pass the clean CR, stop hijacking the American people, and stop pandering to the progressive, radical arm of their base. Thank you.
Right here. Yeah. Yeah.
Does the president have the constitutional authority just because of a shutdown to lay off thousands of federal government workers or withhold funding for congressionally approved projects that are already in the works?
Yeah, he does. Okay, this is the way the system works. This is Chuck Schumer's decision is to hand, as I said on a couple interviews yesterday, the keys to the kingdom to the president, right? He has put himself in that situation, and it's completely unnecessary. The president takes no pleasure in this. The president did not want to shut down. I'm telling you this from my own testimony. I was in the Oval Office. He pleaded with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to do the right thing. Keep the government open. We'll talk about all these other issues later because that's how the process works. But failing that, because they have decided to vote to shut the government down, they have now effectively turned off the legislative branch, the Article 2 branch of, or the Article 1, sorry, the Article 1 branch of our government, and they've turned it over to the executive, okay? So in that situation, when Congress turns off the funding and the funding runs out, it is up to the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, to determine how those resources will be spent. He has that responsibility given to him by the Democrats in the Senate. They can't complain about it, and he doesn't want to do it. But in this scenario, what they have to do is make very difficult decisions. Most of the responsibility falls to Russ Vought. He's the director of the Office of Management and Budget, as you know. Whomever is seated in the chair at OMB during a shutdown has to do the same thing. Russ does this reluctantly. We had a 45-minute telephone conference with him yesterday. He talked to all the House Republicans. He takes no pleasure in this because Russ has to sit down and decide, because he's in charge of that office, which policies, personnel, and which programs are essential and which are not. That is not a fun task. And he is not enjoying that responsibility. And it could end today if the Senate Democrats would come to their senses and do the right thing for the American people. But if they don't, and if they keep the government closed, it's going to get more and more painful because the resources run out and more things have to be reduced and eliminated. Now, when he sits down as the director of OMB, he will obviously have a subjective determination on the priorities. And what do you think he would do? Because what would any OMB director do under any president? They're going to look to see for the administration's priorities first and ensure that those are funded. And so those are some very serious determinations that have to be made. We want to protect hardworking federal workers. And these are people who protect all the rest of us, by the way. We mentioned TSA agents, Border Patrol agents. Our troops, the military, are not being paid, and so they're inflicting hardship on people for no reason. Is it constitutional? Is it lawful? Is it part of our system? Of course it is. It always has been. And the Democrats are the ones who have decided to inflict the pain, not the president. Back row, back row. No, I mean, look, the reason that we're talking with you so plainly today is to explain to every single American citizen why this is happening. How in the world could they blame the people here who have done our job and sent over a clean CR to keep the lights on? There is no gimmick. People say, why aren't you negotiating with Schumer and Jeffries? Because I quite literally have nothing to negotiate. There's nothing I can pull out of the bill that was a Republican priority to say, oh, we won't do that. Why don't you guys vote for it now? I don't have anything. I didn't put anything in it to send it over. I'm stunned that they have decided to shut the government down and hurt people. It is on them 100%. The New York Times poll that was put on the Senate floor yesterday, I think it was, day before, they pointed out to Chuck Schumer, who's from New York, of course, that the New York Times, clearly not a right-leaning organization, publication, has found that 65% of respondents said, please, Democrats, don't shut the government down because you don't get what you want. Many of them remember in New York, of course, what Chuck Schumer and AOC and all the rest. AOC literally said that on the House floor several months back. She said, it's not normal to shut the government down just because you don't get what you want. Well, what changed? What changed? It's on them and not us. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
We've learned that the Senate obviously may take up your bill again, but if it fails, we've been told it's possible senators could go home for the weekend. They won't hold any votes until Monday. Do you think the Senate needs to stay?
Of course they do. Of course they do. And the House is coming back next week, hoping that they will be sending us something to work on, that we can get back to work and do the people's business. They're anxious to come back, but the Senate Democrats, 44 of them, all the pressure should be on the 44 Democrats who were dug in to try to pander to the far left corner of their base. That's what this is. How important is it to appeal to the radical left of your base and hurt Americans? Because if they drag this on through the weekend, more and more people will be hurt. I want you to think about, I come from a big military district, okay? Louisiana's 4th Congressional District is home to Barksdale Air Force Base and the command of Global Strike. The Global Strike Command is in my district. In the south part of my district, we have Fort Polk and the Joint Readiness Training Center. I have lots of active duty military and lots of veterans. I want you to think about the young airman or the young soldier who's deployed right now, defending our freedom and all of us in America's interest. And they've left, I think of this one particular family. This gentleman is deployed. He's got a young wife at home, and they have 3 small children under the age of 6. She's not going to get a paycheck as long as Chuck Schumer's playing political games up here. They don't have a big, I know this family well, they don't have a large tranche of savings, okay? This is going to be a serious hardship. She won't be able to make the car note. She won't be able to maybe pay for groceries for the kids because Chuck Schumer's up here playing games to pander to the far left of his space. It's outrageous. Real people are getting hurt. Veterans are not getting health care services. We have suicide prevention programs, okay, that will not be funded because of this. This is not a game. FEMA services, if your flood insurance lapsed right now and you need to renew it, you can't do that right now. We have hurricanes off the coast of the United States right now. If you buy a home and flood insurance is required, which is in so many places around the country, you can't close on your home right now because Chuck Schumer and 43 friends in the Democrat friends in the Senate are making a game out of this. It is ridiculous. It is irresponsible and dangerous. We'll come in at any hour, at any day to get the job done, but they won't. Yes. Conservatives are very concerned about the subsidies. Not only that, but they're subsidizing not American citizens, they're subsidizing insurance companies with that, which has driven premiums up. It's got lots of problems, okay? I was in the Oval Office with the President, with Leader Thune, Leader Jeffries, and Leader Schumer a few days ago. And Leader Thune rightfully said to Chuck Schumer, that is a red herring in this, and you all know it. That is the subsidies that you're referring to don't expire until December 31st. We're at the end of September. You're trying to take a December policy issue and insert it into this discussion about whether we're going to keep government operating for the people. That is a ploy. They've done that simply so that they can show a fight against Trump and Republicans. Let me tell you what that is all about. There'll be lots of thoughtful discussion, deliberation, and debate about that because there's lots of opinions and it needs major reform. Leader Thune told Leader Schumer very clearly in front of the President, before that's even considered, you have to take on real reforms to address those issues. And they demonstrated right there in front of the President. He saw it for himself. That's not a simple issue. That's going to take weeks to deliberate and discuss and debate. But that's the beauty of the process. We have 3 months to do that. That is not an issue for today. The only issue is whether they're going to vote to keep the government operating for the people. Clear, plain and simple. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, there's all sorts of, remember we sent over a 24-page clean CR. They sent over this thing that you'll have to see on my website to believe it yourself, but it's all chock full of all sorts of crazy things that they want to restore, and DEI has always been one of their big priorities. They want to spend $1.5 trillion new dollars of spending is what they're demanding to keep the lights on around here. It's absurd, and they should know it. They're all wrapped around the axle about these woke progressive programs being ended, but that's what the election was about. That woke progressive stuff is what the American people rejected. Some of our Democrat colleagues here are doubling, tripling down on it. Good luck with that. Good luck with that for the midterm election.
Today, the White House witnessed her vote. The president posted on Truth Social this morning that the meeting is to determine which of the Democrat agencies they recommend to be cut. This is in addition to the money for New York, for the transit funding being cut, and in addition to blue states seeing their energy funding cut. Two questions on this. I mean, do you think this is political targeting? Is that appropriate? And then in addition, HUD had on its agency webpage blaming radical Democrats for this. Is that an appropriate use of taxpayer money being overtly political? It's something we haven't seen before.
I think what the HUD website says is the objective truth that we're telling you right now. There are 44 Democrats in the Senate, and by the way, every Democrat in the House except one who voted to shut the government down. They are the ones that made that decision. The White House and the executive branch take no pleasure in this. But when they are tasked with determining what their priorities are, obviously they're going to follow their principles and priorities and not the other team. That's the results of an election that everybody voted in, the popular election in Electoral College. I am. And that's why I'm pleading with the entire country to call your senators, your Democrat senators, the 44 people who want to shut the government down. You should call them right now and tell them to get here and get to work and open the country up for the people. So many of you asked me this morning about sombreros and memes and why Hakeem Jeffries is all alarmed by that. But look, these are games, these are sideshows. People are getting caught up in battles over social media memes. We've got to keep this is not a game. We've got to keep the government open for the people. I don't know why this is so complicated. And to my friend Hakeem, who I was asked about, man, just ignore it. I mean, Gavin Newsom was trolling me last night. He painted me like a minion. He painted me yellow with big glasses and overalls. And I thought it was hilarious. You don't respond to it. For all my friends, R's and D's, don't respond to it. Get to work, do the people's business, and let's get on with it. Thank y'all so much.
It was the House Speaker and GOP leadership earlier today speaking about the government shutdown. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we get back, we'll get you live to the U.S. Senate floor as more discussion about the shutdown continues in Washington, D.C. So keep it here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in the on the floor of the U.S. Senate in Washington, D.C. This is Senator Roger Marshall, a Republican from Kansas, who is speaking on the floor right now on day 2 of the federal government shutdown. Let's go ahead and listen in as he continues to speak.
On these bills, it's like 25-0, 23-2, 24-1. Huge bipartisan victories done in the light of day, and then those should come here to the floor and let America see exactly what's in them. And if there's a bridge to nowhere in there, let me stand up here and offer an amendment to strike that funding, and then let that senator defend why his or her state should have this bridge to nowhere. That's what's supposed to happen, the light of day. But Senator Schumer wants to go back to the dark ages where he can go in a back room, a back New York room, and then cut a deal for all of his bridges to nowhere. The House, I believe, have passed all 12 of their funding bills out of committee. Now, we've got 3 of those across the floor. There's 5 more sitting there, but Senator Schumer refuses to release anybody on his side to vote for him, even though they voted for them in committee. Why? It's part of the political theater. He wants this shutdown. So I think, America sees this, that we want to negotiate in good faith. But Senator Schumer's idea of negotiating is now to go behind closed doors, where he's one of 4 people in the room, and then go tell the president, who was elected by 28 million people, wants to tell him what to do. So I asked, as we go through this process, I asked myself this morning, so what are AOC and the squad, who are empowered by the liberal legacy media, asking Senator Schumer to do, or really telling him what to do? What are AOC, the squad, the liberal media, what are they demanding from Senator Schumer? Well, they told him to take a hostage, right? So he did. He took a hostage. He took these COVID-era subsidies as hostage and the $1.5 trillion of added funding as hostage. And now they're asking him to shoot the hostage. So the squad and Senator Schumer, they took the bait. They took the bait hook, line, and sinker. Like jumping into Brer Rabbit's briar patch. And guess what? They're about to get mowed down like dry corn stalks in a Kansas tornado. They took the bait. They took the bait, empowering the White House to finally shrink this federal government, this monster of a beast that we have here now. You know, when Joe Biden was sworn in 2021, there was about 2.8 million federal employees. So President Biden started 2.8 million. By the time he finished, we had over 3 million federal employees. Now, President Trump has kind of split the difference there. So we're still not back to pre-COVID, pre-Biden levels of federal employment. Look, I'm grateful for every federal employee, and many of them do incredible work. But I think it's no secret that we could all be a little more efficient, that we all could work a little harder. And if we had a few less regulations, I think we would need a few less federal employees as well. I don't want to be, sound calloused or not caring. I'm grateful for every job an American has, but my goal would be to help move these people with some of these federal jobs and move them into the real world and adding to GDP rather than subtracting from GDP. That would be my goal. There's a reasonable number of people we need to do the work of the federal government, but I just think that going from 2.8 million pre-COVID to over 3 million just seems to be too much. So, like I said, the squad has led the Democrat Party into Brer Rabbit's briar patch, and they're about to get mowed down like corn stalks in a Kansas twister. I think the last thing I want to go back to here is the Democrats are saying that they really want to add $1.5 trillion to our debt. Again, we have $37 trillion of national debt now as a nation. We're spending almost $3 billion a day on interest. That's right, America, $3 billion a day on interest alone, $1 trillion a year, and they want to add $1.5 trillion to our national debt. But get this, in November of this last year, America rejected that plan, okay? That's why the voters gave Republicans the White House, the House, and the Senate. They didn't want us to borrow another $1.5 trillion. So what's motivating the squad? What's motivating Senator Schumer to do this, to shut down the government? What's motivating their lust for power and their control of the American people? I think the socialists have always thought if you control health care, that's the first step in controlling the people, right? So what's motivating them? I think number one is let's just be frank here, it's Trump derangement syndrome. I think that's their number one motivation to shut the government down, is Trump derangement syndrome. They have a hatred for President Trump that I've never seen anything like this before in my life. I think the second reason is the liberal left has not realized they lost the election. You go through these stages of grief, and denial is the first one. The liberals still have not realized they lost the election. 78 million people voted for Republicans to control the House, the Senate, and the White House, that they're rejecting the Democrats' lust for power to control Americans, to borrow from our grandchildren. So that's their motivation. Look, if they want to change these policies, then go win the election. If you want to change the policies, go win the election. I think back to 2020. And the Democrats had a sweep, right? The Democrats swept the elections in 2020, and they added $2 trillion a year of debt. So they grew the budget from about $5 trillion to $7 trillion overnight. But when it came to keeping the government open, the Republicans didn't go back to them and say, hey, we're going to keep the government open if you decrease your spending by $2 trillion a year. We didn't take that hostage. We could have. We could have. Does that make the sense comparing 2020 election to this election? The Democrats swept in 2020. They came in and added $2 trillion of spending. But over a dozen times, Republicans walked the plank and said, we'll keep the government open. I wasn't happy about that then. I'm not happy about it now. I'm not happy about the spending levels that we're fighting for right now. I think that they're way too much. If you want to continue your liberal socialist policies, Democrats, go win an election. Go win an election. We came through with a bill for America to cut taxes, to grow jobs, to make the government more efficient. And look what's happening. You know, the gas prices are down, grocery prices are down, the border's secure. All those types of things are happening under Republican leadership. We want to address the cost of health care. We truly, truly do. I want to point out that we're just not going to negotiate borrowing another $1.5 trillion or continued throwing money at health care issues in order to keep the government open. Again, this is apples and oranges. We need to open the government back. We need to fund the government for a couple months, a clean CR, let Senator Collins and her team, working with Democrats, get that other 10% of funding across the finish line. In 2 months' time, we can bring those bills to the floor in front of the American public, debate them, offer amendments, make senators defend their bridges to nowhere, as I call them. And then continue the work on health care. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be painful. When $5 trillion is being spent on health care in this country every year, and all these big corporations are grabbing that money as it goes by their front desk, it's not going to be easy to drive down the cost of health care. But we have to do it. To me, this is common sense. We're asking the Democrats to vote for a clean CR based upon levels of spending that every Senate Democrat in here that was in office voted for just 7 months ago. 7 months ago, every Democrat in here voted for these spending limits. Again, a dozen times under Joe Biden, Republicans walked that plank and kept the government open. I pledge to every Democrat, no one's going to work harder than I will to help solve this riddle for health care, focused on driving the cost of health care down. But at the end of the day, this shutdown keeps us from doing the real work of the people, from having real debates about the cost of health care, our national debt, our spending, all those things. During a shutdown, things freeze up here. And we can't do the work that we need to do in our committees to address these different problems. One of our presidents once said this, and I'm going to quote him. I know that it's said that one of the easiest things in the world is to give away somebody else's money. But government does not have money except the money it takes from people. And so every time we talk about spending money on this or that program, on health care or COVID subsidies, let's remember that the government has no money except what it takes from the people.
Senator Roger Marshall, a Republican from Kansas, speaking right now on the floor of the U.S. Senate. I've been talking about the government shutdown. It is the second day of that. Things don't seem to be any closer to a deal than they were yesterday as well. We'll be continuing to monitor this and what's happening right now in the U.S. Capitol. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more coverage after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to monitor what's happening in Washington, D.C. We were just listening in to, on the Senate floor, Senator Roger Marshall from Kansas spoke. He has wrapped up his remarks, it seems. And the floor is still open. We know there were a couple of procedural votes yesterday. Neither one advanced the Republican or Democrat funding plan. So the government shutdown drags on. We spoke earlier with Democratic Congressman Maxwell Frost here in our streaming studio. Played that for you at 11 a.m. on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll also have that again for you in our next hour coming up on Florida Live. That's at 2 o'clock. But we've got a lot to get to in this hour as well. And first want to give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Let me see if I can find where that is. Here we are. And you can see still cloudy out there, but the sun definitely showing out a little bit more. It's been a fairly rainy day across our region here today. Hurricane Imelda pulling away from the Atlantic coast, continuing to move. Its lifespan is now limited, but we know there are a number of other situations in the tropics that we are watching. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner broke those down for us just a little bit ago, so we are certainly aware of that, but also getting ready for a rainy weekend that we are already seeing kind of start today here in our area. But it is hurricane season, still a couple of months left in that, and seeing a lot of activity kind of bubbling up in the Gulf and in the Atlantic as well. And when it comes to natural disasters, we know that local leaders, state leaders, they are often preparing and making sure things are ready to respond, especially this time of year here in Florida, because we know it's a time of year where things can really get busy. Skyline, it's an organization, nonprofit organization. They held a briefing earlier this week with some scientific experts talking about how local communities and state emergency management and emergency responders kind of prepare for these things and make these plans, develop these response plans, talking about the things that need to be taken into consideration when it comes to developing those plans, the importance of trust when it comes to the warnings that are issued from local governments to people in emergency situations. It was also interesting to hear them talk about some of the science and the psychology of and some of the practical factors that go into the decision when an evacuation order is given for certain areas along the coast, and people don't necessarily heed that. So looking at that decision whether to stay or whether to go. One of the members of this panel who was part of this briefing was Dr. Claire Knock. She is from the University of Central Florida, and she kicked this panel discussion off by talking about developing emergency response plans and some of the things that local officials really need to keep in mind.
A comprehensive emergency management plan is the most common document that you're going to find in a local or state jurisdiction. These include elements as to who's responsible for what, any legal requirements. It also includes the results of a threat and hazard identification and risk assessment. It's called a THIRA. The idea is that you in your community identify what are those threats, what are those risks, and then you make a plan accordingly. You include who is going to be responding to what, all phases of emergency management, as well as the action plans that are required for response and recovery.
Thank you. And what are some of the key equity issues that need to be addressed in emergency planning?
So some of the key equity issues, this is something we are still struggling with as a whole. The ideal is a whole community approach. These issues and these disasters are so complex that you need all you need all sectors to be able to engage in all phases of emergency management. And so what I typically tell my students is, and professionals, who is not represented at the table, because that then indicates an element of your community that doesn't have a voice. Unfortunately, we saw this issue with Hurricane Katrina, in which you had individuals who were abandoned at nursing homes, who had other issues that ran the gamut of issues that were impacted by the storm. But we saw those same things repeated during Hurricane Harvey in 2017, Hurricane Ian, the list goes on and on. So a big part of equity is access to information, access to services in a language and in a way that the individuals in your community want to have that information. In the state of Florida, we had analyzed tweets, barely 1% were in Spanish. When you looked at the communication that was going out from these offices of emergency management at the county level. And so that's just one indication that you're not reaching potentially part of the population that might be most in need.
Gotcha. And how has climate change increased the increasing frequency of disasters changed how we think about long-term planning and community resilience?
So climate change, we call that a threat multiplier. It is going to intensify and amplify any vulnerabilities that a community might have. Part of the impacts of the frequency and the increased intensity of these disasters, especially hurricanes, is that it reduces the amount of evacuation times. It changes how quickly we're having to incorporate and to activate our plans. But then all of a sudden, now you're having multiple disasters hitting one particular community, which we saw during 2020 in coastal Louisiana, where we had a record-breaking hurricane season with 11 hurricanes impacting the United States. You have all of a sudden, all the phases of emergency management start overlapping. So response is bleeding into recovery. That's then going back into response. And so that taxes the resources that the community has available. But then also looking a little bit more long-term, it can take 2 to 3 years to get fully reimbursed from FEMA to a local jurisdiction. And so now you're having to really dive deep into your resources to be able to fund the disaster and then wait 2 or 3 years to get reimbursed from FEMA. And so that is an issue that a lot of local governments have. And I say that because every disaster begins and ends locally. So FEMA is just a very small part of this very large, complex system.
And what are the biggest challenges coordinating agencies face in reaching vulnerable or hard to reach populations during a crisis?
So the first thing is related to technology. We have a lot of different channels that can be used to reach people, but relying on technology means relying on things that may not always work. Sometimes the power goes out, sometimes people are not logged in to different things. Like you have to be logged into X or Facebook to actually see those messages that you might want to be able to see from a local alerting authority. But there are other kinds of channels that can be utilized, such as opt-in messaging. Historically, the rates of people opting in to receive messages are very, very low. And part of that is related to trust. People not wanting public officials to have access to their information, but they may not also recognize the importance of being opted into those systems in order to receive those messages. And if they are not selecting to receive messages from emergency management, then they may not receive anything. And so some of the challenges in order to address those things is to partner with organizations to actually get that information out to the vulnerable populations. Dr. Knox mentioned Spanish-speaking people and how difficult it is to reach people who have different languages. Most of our messages that go out across the country are in English. Even though there is the possibility to issue wireless emergency alerts in Spanish, large metropolitan areas frequently require their emergency managers to issue messages in multiple languages, up to 15 or 20 in some of our largest areas. But that is a real challenge for emergency managers who then have to find professional speakers to help them to translate, or they rely on things like AI and just hope and wish and pray that they are translating correctly.
And kind of a related question is that given the growing reliance on digital tools like cell phones, how are agencies preparing for communication system failures like power or cell network outages during a disaster?
So I have a colleague that I work with who has said that when the world ends, it will be broadcast on AM radio, because it's our one channel that will not go out, that will stay on air and will broadcast the end as it's coming. We've seen that in other events where it's the radio personality who gets to remain on air and becomes the voice of what's happening and helping people to get resources and recover. But I think the true answer is that we can't rely on just one system. We have to think about all of the different possible channels, the digital channels, the word of mouth channels, the get on your bicycle and ride to the other end of town channels. Kind of like Paul Revere jumping on his horse and riding from one end to the other. It's one of the reasons that one of the most powerful ways to get people to move is to go and knock on their door, which we see often. And in some states, the high-low sirens on a police vehicle are a necessity to get people to move.
So now let's move on to Dr. Trivedi. When a community is told to evacuate, what are the main reasons some people decide to leave while others stay behind? And are there common misconceptions or beliefs that lead people to underestimate the risk and decide not to evacuate?
Yeah, thanks for this. It's a really important question. I think there are a couple of reasons that have come out in the research why people choose to not evacuate in a disaster, and they're all really important. So they really boil down to a couple of categories: resources, time, and personal circumstances. So with resources, we know that evacuation can be really costly. It can be really costly in the short term in terms of filling your car up with gas, and in terms of finding a place to stay, paying for food to take with you. But it can also be really costly in the long term. So evacuating may mean staying away from work for several days or even several weeks. It may mean owning and maintaining a vehicle that you can get out in, and it may mean maintaining relationships with people outside of your area. And so these things can start to accrue costs over time that particularly people who are low or middle income can't maintain themselves. And so we see people often struggle with making these decisions. Can I pay for evacuation now if it means not being able to afford rent next week? And we often see these expressed differently depending on when the disaster happens. So with Hurricane Katrina, for example, it hit at the end of the month, and people made some different decisions than they might have if it had hit a week later, at the start of the month after payday had happened. We also see this happen with things like timing. How much time does it take to get out? This relates to what Dr. Knox and what Dr. Sutton have been saying about when the evacuation orders actually go out, when this messaging happens. But it also relates to more personal time management. How long does it take for you to get your family together? Are schools let out in a timely manner? Do offices and businesses close in a timely manner to allow for evacuation? And personal circumstances really do come into play with this. Sometimes people may choose to stay because they're the ones responsible for running local shelters. They may also choose to stay because they feel responsible for taking care of elderly neighbors who aren't evacuating. And sometimes they're basing it on personal experiences. They were either okay in the last disaster, or when they evacuated last time, the evacuation went badly. And so there's a lot of risk and benefit that people are weighing. They're not making this decision lightly. And I think that's the biggest misconception we see, is that people are choosing not to evacuate for somewhat frivolous reasons. And in reality, they're putting a lot of thought and effort into their decision making, and a lot of factors come into play with it.
Thank you. And you've touched on this a little bit, but maybe you can expand more on how past experience with disasters shapes what people do the next time that they experience a disaster.
Yeah, so when people have a good experience, the evacuation goes smoothly, it can reinforce that evacuating is a good idea, and that it's something that they can do again. But when it goes badly, it can also reinforce that maybe staying in place is a better option. I've talked to a lot of people, especially when I interviewed folks after Hurricane Katrina or after Hurricane Matthew, who had bad evacuation experiences. They were trapped on the highway, they ran out of gas, they didn't have anywhere to go. And that kind of reinforced that maybe staying at home was less of a risk. On the other side, I've talked to people after similar disasters who did okay when they stayed put. They were safe. Their house was far enough away from the water that it wasn't damaged. And so they felt that a comparable disaster might be something that they could ride out safely. And so people are sort of factoring in these previous experiences as they're making these decisions.
Got it. And we've talked about this a little bit, but what are some of these barriers for families who want to evacuate but face obstacles like cost or transportation? And maybe how are the transportation planners accounting for those things?
I think the cost of transportation is a big one. And we think about it a little bit in the short term. Can you fill up your car with gas? And I think transportation planners are factoring some of this in. Sometimes we see highway responders building up and planning and driving along congested highways to help folks who run out of gas. But it's also more complicated in the long term. We know that folks who don't have a vehicle that can travel far distances can sometimes choose not to evacuate because they don't think their vehicle is reliable. But we also have large populations of people who can't transport themselves. They may not own a vehicle, they may not be safe driving themselves. And so these folks may need additional help getting out. Sometimes this is a cost issue. They can't afford a vehicle. Sometimes it's a decision where they live, they don't need one, or sometimes it's an accessibility question. So there are, again, lots of different populations and questions that come into play with this that have to be factored in by transportation officials and others when they're making these decisions. And we've seen some organizations and communities do well with this. We've seen particular private organizations evacuate hospitals or nursing homes well with things like ambulances for folks who need them. We've also seen larger cities do this. The city of Savannah several times has stood up large fleets of buses to get as many people out as possible, including homeless populations, including low-income populations. It's not gone 100% well. I've talked to people who, talked about pros and cons of it, but it was a good, clear effort to try to get people who didn't have transportation out. And again, this comes down to a lot of long-term issues that come into play long before the actual disaster starts.
And that was just a portion of the panel discussion, but I thought it was interesting to hear specifically when they talked about the factors that lead to folks choosing whether to stay or whether to go in evacuations. And we certainly hope that's not something that coastal parts of Florida have to deal with this year in the hurricane season, but certainly interesting food for thought, I think, as we head deeper into hurricane season. Still a couple of months left to go. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are heading into fall and also the winter virus season. It can be a tough time of year for families, especially with those young kids there. The American Lung Association is trying to help families protect babies against RSV. That is a common illness and unfortunately the leading cause of hospitalization for little ones as well. Dr. Juanita Mora is an immunologist with the American Lung Association, and she was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about what parents need to know.
Let's talk about how common RSV is first, and how do babies get it?
Well, RSV is a highly contagious virus that kids can get it, babies can get it through basically sharing toys, someone coughs on them. They can also get it basically touching doorknobs. So it's so highly contagious that 100% of kids will have had it by age 2. And really, it causes 2.1 million outpatient visits to the pediatricians every year and 80,000 hospitalizations in those less than 5 years of age. And we're in peak season now, October all the way through March. So this is why it's important to protect our babies.
Okay, so let's talk about how do you know it's RSV, right? Because most people would say, oh, it's just a cold or the flu, and I'm going to give you some little medicine, you'll be fine. How do you know it? Can you test for it?
You can test for it. So a lot of the times it starts like a common cold. So it might be a runny nose and fever, but then when it drops to their chest, babies can have shortness of breath, and they can have basically, they start using their little chest muscles and start having trouble breathing, or they get dehydrated because a sick baby doesn't eat. Actually, the pediatrician can do a nasal swab, just like for COVID, just like for flu, that can also test for RSV.
Okay. All right. So what do we do to protect ourselves? That's the biggest thing.
Of course, 2 ways we can protect the babies. One is making sure that mommies who are 32 to 36 weeks pregnant get the RSV vaccine, and then they pass on the actual immunity or the protection to the babies. The other one is if babies are born from 0 months all the way to 8 months, they can get what's called an RSV shot, a monoclonal antibody that gives them that layer of protection against RSV right away. This is the second year we have treatment, and now we know that babies who got immunity to RSV were 50% less likely to be hospitalized. As an allergist and immunologist, it warms my heart. I love it because no one wants to see a sick baby.
Yeah, absolutely. So parents really just need to talk to their pediatrician about it and ask those questions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And people can learn more at lung.org, LUNG.org, all about RSV, because we also got to protect the grandparents. There's an RSV vaccine for those greater than 65 years and over as well.
Certainly something to be aware of as we head into that time of year. Here's a live look right now over downtown Orlando on this Thursday afternoon. Doesn't look like it's raining there at the moment. But a new report showing that baby boomers own twice as many 3-bedroom or larger homes than millennials with children. Boomers, according to these reports, looking to downsize or struggling to find suitable housing at an affordable price, which often keeps them in oversized homes. It's certainly a trend in the housing market that the data is showing right now. We had a real estate agent on Good Day Orlando this morning to break down what this means and what the fallout is from that.
This is such a fascinating conversation because the baby boomers who typically in years past have sold their homes that have gone to apartments or have gone to 55 and older communities are saying, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. Why?
Well, I think there's a lot of different factors that weigh into this, Danielle. 79% of them across the U.S. actually are living mortgage-free. So when you take into account the high cost of insurance, high cost of taxes, for many of them, it's hard to make financial sense for them to move. So what I realized, from having done this for 20 years and having helped more than 4,000 home buyers and home sellers through the finish line, let alone everyone else that we've advised, is most of them, the ones that want to sell are probably just going to stay in place. The ones that need to sell are the ones that are going to go ahead and sell their homes, and those 20, 21 61% of them that do have a mortgage, more often than not, because they are conservative baby boomers, they probably don't owe a lot on their homes, and if they refinanced in the past few years, they probably have a low interest rate. And and then of course the other ones, 79% of them are living there mortgage free. But the only reason that somebody would give up that situation is usually going to be because of health. More than likely it's going to be health or wanting to move close to family and friends.
Also, when you factor in things like taxes and insurance and upkeep and all of these things, it does become a little more expensive for these baby boomers to stay in place. And so they're telling their kids and their grandkids, hey, come and live with me.
Well, to be honest, it makes all the financial sense in the world. So I have, my parents are 69 and 68, and truth be told, we've actually sat down and crunched the numbers and realized, hey, would it make sense potentially for us to buy a bigger property with a little bit of land? They live in one house, or like in a mother-in-law suite, and we live in the other house. And that's the big determining factor or decision that leads to those conversations is high taxes and high insurance.
And kids are staying with parents longer than ever. Raise his hand, because that is me. So the kids are not moving into their own homes, number one, because they can't afford to. But number two, the stigma that used to be related to, like you and me, you got to move out when you're 18 and you're not going to go back and live with your parents, that has changed. Andre, why? It
has. So the statistic behind that is 38% of years ago, 38% of millennials owned homes. Nowadays, only 29% of millennials are actually getting into home ownership. Part of that is because of the rising costs, like we mentioned, the taxes, the insurance. A huge factor with that, I would also say, happens to be because of the rising interest rates. The good thing is rates over the last month or month and a half have actually come down to to 2-year lows, put it that way. So if someone is out there in the marketplace thinking about buying, now is an incredible time to do so, because rates have gone down.
And kind of piggybacking off of that, I remember back in the 1970s and 80s when my parents bought a home, I think they paid like 18% interest. And now when you look at 6%, it doesn't seem so bad. But when you're used to 2020 where you were paying 2.3, it's kind of hard to justify that in your mind.
So we were living in this, fictitious bubble, if you will, right? So my first home, my wife and I purchased it. We purchased in 2012. My personal home that I physically went to go live in. I owned other real estate before that, but my first home that I went myself to go live into with my wife, we bought it at a 9% interest. And so, when you mentioned in the 70s and in the 80s, it was 18%. Nowadays, a 6% mortgage is not bad. And the good thing is, with rates having come down, if somebody's getting a VA loan, which obviously as a veteran, you're going to get those amazing rates. If someone's using an FHA loan, you're going to get, amazing rates as well. You're going to be in the 5s. And if you're working with amazing, trusted professionals, and, if they're able to use their experience, and negotiating abilities for you, they're going to probably put you in really, really low 5s or high 4s in a rate, and design and negotiate the transaction in a way where the seller is going to help you with some of those costs to go ahead and buy down your interest rate, depending, of course, on how long you're going to live there. Millennials, on average, live in a home for 5 years, comparison to baby boomers that stay in a home for 16 years.
And who knows, millennials may now be like the baby boomers and stay longer, right, because of the high cost of everything. But really good information you've given us this morning. When you go ahead and buy and build that farm, make sure there's a space for me and my family too, okay? So we'll be a tri-generational household.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more after this, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look on the Senate floor right now as the government shutdown continues. That is Democrat Amy Klobuchar, senator from Minnesota, who is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Be socked with this, smacked with this, right while the price of groceries has been going up. I think the president promised he was going to bring costs down on day one, and we're in something like day 255. And the opposite is happening. Anyone that goes in a grocery store and walks out, looks at their receipt, knows exactly what I'm talking about. Or people that are in the grocery aisle and see the cost of beef, they know what I'm talking about. Or people that get their electricity bill, they know what I'm talking about. Those aren't deep fakes. Those aren't fake videos the president puts up on Truth Social. Those are real bills. So especially as this is going on because of these tariffs, and could I just add, since I have the floor here, the latest, the tariffs on sofas and cabinets and lumber, it is already too expensive for Americans to buy a house or to rent a house or to rent an apartment. And now we're going to see major increases to home furnishings. And while we are in the middle of a housing crisis, it's literally one of the worst things he could do right now, but he did it. So all that is not nothing. All that kind of sets the stage for why the healthcare cost, which is one of the most expensive for people just on a yearly basis, is so devastating. One of my constituents shared that while they'd planned for higher premiums, they didn't expect a more than $2,000 increase for the same coverage next year. And like so many others, they were concerned that even if they switched to a cheaper plan, you know how that is, you're betting and you're trying to guess and estimate what's going to go wrong in your family, and is your kid going to have some kind of surgery or break a leg? Is your husband going to have some kind of health care checkup that'll be expensive? You got to always calculate those things. Like so many others, again, they were thinking, well, should I switch to a cheaper plan to save money and then hope I don't get sick? And then they would be more exposed to higher costs. Those are the kind of things people are doing right now. It's like the woman that Jean Shaheen had at a spotlight forum that we did this last week who had MS. And she had actually talked to her doctor about whether she could ration, kind of like people used to do with insulin with diabetes before we put those caps on insulin. Could she ration her medication for MS? And the doctor says, no, that's not how this works. It'll just grow the pressure in your brain and make your symptoms worse. Another Minnesotan wrote me that without the tax credits, their family of 4 would have to downgrade their health plan and spend significantly more on their health insurance than they do on their mortgage. Another said that he expected his family would have to pay an additional $16,000 per year for their health coverage if they had no health care tax credits. One Minnesotan shared, I cannot absorb additional costs and will be forced into a catastrophic plan if these reported double-digit increases go into effect. Just because someone can't afford to stay insured doesn't mean they need health care less. One of the things that I learned that maybe I hadn't thought through when I went to these rural hospitals was the fact that because there's a high percentage of these farmers and people in small towns on these plans, ours is called MNsure, like I said, they're already hit by the Medicaid cuts, right, the hospitals, the Medicare cuts, because it's an older population. But they actually cared a lot about this, the doctors, the nurses, the people running the hospitals, because they know that the people won't be able to afford this if these premiums double. They will choose not to get health care insurance. And then what will happen is they'll end up in their emergency rooms with hospitals that are already strapped thin, and they won't be able to afford, they will treat them, but they won't be able to afford it for a long period of time. So they time and time again mentioned to me that these affordable tax credits expiring or not being maintained would create a major problem. Already, approximately 1/3 of Americans report not taking medications as prescribed due to the costs. Jason from Pennsylvania was able to get life-saving coverage when he was diagnosed with thyroid cancer through the Affordable Care Act marketplace. And he said, it's only because of the premium tax credits that I've been able to afford that coverage. Now faced with the expiration of these credits, he understands the consequences for people like him. He said, if you're faced with a choice of bankruptcy or debt or saving your life, you're probably going to choose your life, Jason said. But the consequences of that, of having an immense amount of debt the rest of your life, could be ruined because of that. Another cancer survivor who has always made health insurance a priority also fears that unaffordable health insurance could mean for patients like her. And she says, it means that I don't have to wait around to find out about a disease that could have been cured if it had been detected soon enough. The insurance means I don't have to forego my entire life savings in my home because of medical bills. I don't have to forego life-saving treatment because I can't afford it, and that's all about to change. Without the tax credit, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford health care, the kind of health care that's going to save my life. Already, as I noted, because of Medicaid cuts that were passed in the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill, more than 300 rural hospitals, 200 health centers, and 500 nursing homes are likely to close. This means less accessible care for rural communities, longer drives to access care, fewer places to seek care in an emergency, and more hours taken from work, caregiving, or other responsibilities. Fewer patients will go to that doctor's visit or get that life-saving screening. They will not get the surgeries they need. Many will get sicker. And ultimately, as I noted, more patients are going to end up in the emergency room, where these hospitals are going to have to take on the additional burden of more uncompensated care. None of this happens in a vacuum. As I noted, these Medicaid cuts, and Medicaid provides health care for at least 1 in 5 rural Minnesotans, more than 31% of children in our state, and more than half of all nursing home residents across our state. So this is about seniors, people with disabilities, and kids, and that's why Medicaid's so important. For me, my dad, in his later years, got late onset Alzheimer's, and he was in one place, and then we moved him to another place. But I knew the exact date when his savings were going to go away. And we were going into those savings, and sadly we lost him. But I knew that exact date, because I was going to have to move him to another nursing home, another assisted living that took Medicaid, and I made plans with them. I knew that date. So many people in this country know that date, even if they're not a senior relying on Medicaid. Their kids, their spouses, their grandkids kind of know when that savings, if they had any savings to begin with, is going to run out. So Medicaid goes way beyond the individuals who have no savings at all. It actually helps people that do have some savings. It helps people that have worked their lives through, like my dad. Medicaid is there as a safety net for people.
Senator Amy Klobuchar continuing to speak live right now on the Senate floor as the government shutdown continues. Coming up in just a little bit, you will hear our conversation with Congressman Maxwell Frost from Orlando as the stalemate continues between the two parties and this shutdown drags on. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. I want to bring you a story out of Tampa now, where we know that last week, Martin Garcia was arrested and taken into federal custody. This was after he was detained by the Department of Homeland Security in Tampa. According to his family, he was given a final deportation order, was taken to Alligator Alcatraz last Friday, and then arrived in Mexico earlier this week. Now, the family claims that Martin had a valid work visa, social security card, and temporary driver's license that he renewed every year. Martin's daughter spoke with Fox 13 Tampa Bay about her conversation with DHS and what the process has been like of dealing with her father's deportation.
He has an order of deportation from 2001. He said this is not his country of origin and he's going to be taken back to his country. And I said, okay, but my dad has a work permit, my dad has a social security card, my dad has his driver's license, and he just repeated himself. None of that mattered. He said he's going to be taken, there's nothing that you can do about it. And I said, okay, so then can you explain to me why the same government that had this information let him apply, let him accept this application, processed it, gave him a work permit, gave him a social, let him not only just have a driver's license, it was temporary. So in big red letters, it says temporary. He has to renew it every single year. He's in good standing. He's kept it in good standing. What's going on? He didn't care what I had to say, so I just stopped talking. There was nothing I could say to change his mind either way. So I left. And then we had to wait until the following day. He called and he said they had taken him to Alligator Alcatraz. And they kept him in a cage. At one point, there was 32 people in there with him. I don't know how big these cages are. I mean, it can't be comfortable. So they kept him there. The last day he was there was yesterday, and he didn't eat. They didn't feed him. They told him they were being transferred. They never told them where they were going. They just said, you're being transferred. They put them on a bus, and they drove about 5 minutes. And when they arrived at their destination, they put them all on an airplane. It was him and 22 detainees. And I heard from him last night, a little before 9 p.m., and he said that he had arrived in Mexico. So,
okay. I mean, where is your mind at right now? So much has happened in a week.
Honestly, I've had time to process. I'm sad, I'm upset, disappointed. I feel betrayed. As an American citizen, I don't know how people can have the heart to not only hunt people down like this, like if they were animals, but treat them like that as well. It doesn't make sense to me. My dad has high blood pressure. Not at any point did they give him any medication. So they don't care about their health. They don't care about anything. To not feed somebody and just to put them on an airplane, drop them off, and they didn't even let him take his wallet. One of the officers, was like, oh, his wallet. And then the other officer said, he laughed and he said, oh, he's not going to need it where he's going.
So what is he? Is he in another facility in Mexico?
He's in a facility in Mexico. Thank God that there were some people that were allowed to, they didn't keep their wallets, but they gave them back their wallets. And so they bought food, and thank God they finally ate. But he's there. We're waiting. I want to keep fighting. I don't think that this is the end. To see if there's any way that we can fight his case and bring him back. Nobody heard him out.
Yeah. That's a good point, what we were discussing about due process. It doesn't seem like it exists.
Right.
Can you tell me about, did he ever get in front of a judge? Did he ever have somebody listen to his situation and consider what he was saying?
Not that I'm aware of. Like I said, he had the situation in Texas. I was 7 years old when that happened. Mm-hmm. So I don't know I know he got in front of a judge, but I don't know what was said to him. If he signed anything, I'm not aware. Yesterday, he did tell me he didn't sign anything. He didn't speak to anybody. When he got to Tampa, his agent said that you have to sign this paper because, you know, you're going to get deported. And he said, I'm not signing anything. I need to speak to a lawyer. Like, I need to talk to somebody. And he said, whether you sign this or not, you're getting deported.
What was the deportation order for?
Deportation order was in the year 2000. So at the end of the year, his mom was really sick. So he had not seen his mom in almost 2 decades. He could not live with himself. I'm sure anybody can imagine, you know, if your mother is sick, you're not going to just sit there and not do anything. So he went to go see her. And when he was on his way back, he made it to Texas, and they ended up getting caught. And the people that he was with, they all came to an agreement, and they told, I'm not sure if it was the police officer or the judge, but they told them that my dad was the one bringing them all over. And that was not the case. He was coming with them. But it's a group of people against one person. Who are they going to believe? Right. So that also was unfair. Unfortunately, back then I was a child. I couldn't speak up for my dad. I think that there should have been a formal investigation. I don't know if there was one, but either way, that's not fair.
So he got caught with a group of people. Were they trying to cross?
They made it. Yeah, they crossed over. They made it to Texas.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was it an illegal crossing into Texas? Is that what it was? Okay. Yeah. So that's what the deportation order was.
That was, yeah. He was coming back here. He was our only provider. So we were all children. My mom and my dad have 6 kids. So, you know, he couldn't leave his family. And when he was detained, his mom did end up passing away. So that's how sick she was. I don't know if that gives anything to the severity of the situation that they were in. So he was desperate to see his mom one last time, and then desperate to get back to his wife and his children to take care of them. None of us were of age to work. My mom watched us, so he couldn't just leave us here stranded.
But since then, has he gone back, or has he been here ever since?
He's been here ever since. He came back that year. He's been here ever since. And, I mean, he had a background check. They did fingerprinting. He has nothing on his record.
No criminal record?
No. Besides that thing, but what happened in Texas, there is no criminal record. You can ask anybody that we know in the community. He's a good man. He's hardworking. This doesn't tell you anything. He was leaving on Thursday, and my mom said, hey, give me a second. Let me whip you up something really quick so you can eat. And he said, I can't, because I can't be late to work. And he didn't even make it to work. So that right there, I'm like, that's who you came after. A hardworking man, a family man, somebody that cares about his friends and his family. When he was detained, so you can only imagine the situation that they're in, okay? The food is not great already. There was 2 young men, 20 and 21. And they told him that, they're like, oh man, you know, we don't get full. With the food that they give us, we're still hungry. And he would get his plate of food. Before he even began to eat, he would separate a little bit for him, and then he would give the other detainees the rest of the food so they can share it, so they can eat more. He's in a situation where it's just awful, and he's still not bitter. And he still wants to help others, and he's still worried about them because they're young. And he said at the end of the day, they're kids. 20 and 21, they're kids. Yeah. And they could be my kids. And he said, I can't.
Yeah. And also, so let's just kind of go through a little bit of he was trying, you were saying, to be a citizen. He was going through the asylum process.
Yes.
And also had his work permit, it sounded like approved and renewed over and over again. Is that roughly correct?
Yeah, he has his work permit, and he had a social security number and his driver's license, and he kept up with all of that. And it wasn't good enough. So my question is, because I know people love to just say, do things the right way, he was trying. He was trying to do things the right way. He had not been approved for asylum yet. But where does this leave us?
That is one family sharing their personal experience there. You can find the full details, find out more from Department of Homeland Security, and some more data as well as part of the deportation efforts in this story on fox13news.com. They've got that full story up right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Here's a live look at Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic. It's a training camp continuing for the Magic, getting ready for their first preseason game of the year coming up Saturday against the Heat in Puerto Rico. We heard from head coach Jamal Mosley just a few minutes ago. Here's what he said.
Only because of the premium.
What was the focus of today's camp, and how did you feel it went?
I think today's focus was really just about slowing the game down a little bit mentally. We threw a lot. Today was more of a teaching day. They played a lot more, so going back and reviewing the film, things we can clean up both offensively and defensively.
What has the ramp up been like for the 3 days of training camp?
No, it's been great. You know, we have a 2-day focus is the way we've been looking at it. So the first 2 days were a ton of just get up and down, work on the conditioning, work on the quick decision making, the playing without thinking as much. And then today was a day where we slow it all the way down and put it all into place to where they can think the game through, know the exact reads we're going for, both offensively and defensively. So now they can really process it all the way through.
Obviously, it gets a game here on Saturday. How do you kind of manage the time of making sure you have all the together in time for something that's happening so quickly?
Yeah, it is a process that the coaches, we've all talked about. You know, you don't want to get too far ahead. You understand your timeline of just being able to put certain things in play and what guys can grasp onto. And, you know, the beauty of also having guys that have been together and then adding some veterans, you're actually moving faster than you need to, because these guys are picking it up pretty quickly.
You have a couple two-way guys on this roster. Orlando, Robinson,
Yeah.
Early on, what have you seen from them? Kind of gelled it.
Yeah, there's a seriousness to them. There's a focus about what they know they're here to accomplish. They're adding to the group, you know, doing whatever is asked of them in any moment, you know, whether that's stepping in some drills, sitting out drills. They can hop right in, and they're picking up all the things that we're asking them to do, because they've been with us, you know, for a part of the summer, so they really get a hold of what we're trying to ask them to do.
In 3 days, how are Jason and Noah kind of getting into, you know, you talked about the veterans, things up pretty quickly. They've seen a lot of the rookies, like it can be pretty fast.
It is fast, but I really think in that part, Coach Omeer did a great job in the summer league of getting those guys to understand exactly what we were trying to do. So that's the beautiful part about summer league. They are so inquisitive. Noah and Jace ask some of the best questions because they want to know, and they're not afraid to ask because the environment we've created with, not just those guys, but the veterans that, everybody has to be able to have a voice in what we're doing. So they understand exactly when they're on the floor what they're being tasked to do.
Magic head coach Jamal Mosley just moments ago after the Magic wrapped up their day of practice at the Advent Health Training Center ahead of their preseason opener. Tip-off for that scheduled for 8 o'clock Saturday night. It's the Magic, it's the Heat, and again, that game being held in Puerto Rico. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back at the top of the hour with Florida Live. We will welcome in our TV audience as well, and we'll talk about the shutdown and a number of other things. So keep it right here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We'll have more coverage in
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It has been a busy day. We've been streaming for the past several hours on Fox Local, and those of you just joining us on TV, we appreciate you joining in. The big story today, obviously, day 2 of the government shutdown. We're going to talk more about that in just a minute. A little bit later in our show, we're going to be joined by a co-host of The Ramsey Show, Jade Warshaw, going to be joining us live in our streaming studio here ahead of their live show in Orlando tonight. It is a sold-out show. They're excited about it, and we are excited to welcome them into our streaming studio to talk about some things when it comes to personal budgets, saving money, and that kind of thing. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. You're also going to hear from Attorney General James Omeer, who was here at Fox 35 earlier today. But the big story today, It is day 2 of the government shutdown. Let me give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol, where things remain pretty much the same as they were yesterday. Both sides kind of entrenched in their positions. I can give you a live look right now on the Senate floor. We've heard from a number of senators over the last little bit today since they convened beginning at noon. We've heard from senators on both sides of the aisle talking about the impacts they believe of this government shutdown. We also heard earlier today from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who spoke to reporters about the Republican position here on day 2.
Let's make absolutely clear what's happening here. Real pain is being inflicted upon the American people because 44 Democrats in the Senate have voted for the third time to reject the completely nonpartisan, completely clean, very simple 24-page continuing resolution that we passed in the House here 2 weeks ago. Now, why did we do that? For a refresher for everyone. We have been working very hard, this leadership team, to get Congress working again. Congress has not done the appropriations process appropriately for many years now, and so we have forced the muscle memory back. Our appropriators have done a great job in bipartisan fashion, by the way, and they've worked very hard and passed 12 separate appropriations bills through the committee as is supposed to be done. We passed 3 of those off the House floor. The Senate did its work. For the first time in years, the Senate passed 3 appropriations bills off the floor. Those bills don't match up exactly. So the way the system works, everybody remembers from civics, is that when the 2 chambers have bills that don't align perfectly, you put together a conference committee. That's been done. All of that work's been done very deliberately, very carefully, and as good stewards of taxpayer resources. The problem is we ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. So we did the logical, simple, good faith thing. Instead of loading up a continuing resolution to keep the lights on, to keep the government open so this process can continue, instead of loading it up with poison pills or gimmicks or tricks, we sent over a very simple continuing resolution that every single Democrat in the Senate has voted for in the past, just to keep the government open for the people, so that we could get to November 21st, 7 weeks, to allow more time for this process to play out. That is what happened. Now, the Democrats did something they've never done before. Chuck Schumer has led them all to vote against it. Everybody's been discussing this for the last few days. Why in the world would Chuck Schumer do a 180-degree turn? Because he said passionately, as recently as March of this year, on the same instrument, the same CR, that it would be reckless and irresponsible and dangerous to close down the federal government. Why did Chuck Schumer change his tune? Everybody knows that now. He's trying to avoid a challenge from his left flank in his next Senate re-election campaign. And he wants to avoid the scrutiny that he received for doing the right thing back in March because the far left and the base really went crazy on poor Chuck Schumer. And so he changed his tune. And now they're trying to pretend it's about something completely different.
House Speaker Mike Johnson giving the Republican position on day 2 of this government shutdown. And we've been continuing to reach out to our local congressional delegation here in Central Florida. And earlier today, I welcomed in Maxwell Frost, who is a Democrat representing Florida's 10th district. He's from right in Orlando, and I spoke with him on Fox 35 News Plus this morning about the government shutdown and his position as a Democrat in Congress. Congressman Frost, we appreciate you joining us here today.
Yeah, good to be here, man.
Day 2 of the government shutdown. Just kind of give me your thoughts on where things are right now.
Yeah, well, let's talk about how we got here really quick. You know, we have been pushing for a while that there are some things we need to take care of in terms of health care. The big ugly bill that was passed, the big beautiful bill act, is ripping away health care from 17 million people. At the end of this year, the Affordable Care Act tax subsidies will also expire, which means 25 million people in this country will see their health care premiums go up anywhere from 50 to 300%. That's 189,000 people in my district alone. And so what we're saying is, in this bill, we really need to address that, or else working people across the country are going to face a healthcare crisis and even more of an affordability crisis in this country. And so we went to the president to negotiate in good faith, and what we found is that he's not interested in negotiating, he's not interested in doing anything, and he'd rather shut down the government than work with Democrats to make sure that our people have health care. Republicans in Washington, D.C. run the White House, the House of Representatives, and the United States Senate. And so it's really their responsibility to ensure that the government is funded. If they can't do that, they come to us, so we work on a deal. Our line in the sand is very simple. We want to make sure that working people have health care and that their health care premiums don't go up upwards of 300%. They don't want to work with us on that. So we're unsure of exactly where it'll go, but it's really up to the president to come to the table and say, let's actually do our job and let's figure this out.
In the White House briefing yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance said that he is willing to work with Democrats and negotiate on these health care subsidies after the shutdown is ended. What do you think about that?
Now's the time to do our job. And this is a typical thing of D.C. Politicians. They want to kick the can down the road, kick the can on a budget, kick the can on a continuing resolution. Working people in this district can't kick the can when they got to clock in to go to work. We were all in Washington, D.C. yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the day of the shutdown, ready to work on a negotiated solution. All the Democrats were there. I stood on the House floor, and 0 of the Republican members of Congress were there. They were all around the country, some on vacation, some were caught having dinners with the very donors and billionaires that are going to profit from so many working people having to pay more for their health care. So he can say what he wants, but what we're interested in is what you do. And the fact of the matter is we're not going to kick the can down the road on this. We have to deal with it now. Yesterday, October 1st, millions of people started receiving and getting letters that are telling them your health care is going to go up by this much. The Speaker of the House in the meeting with the President and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer said, well, we shouldn't deal with this now. We should deal with this later. It's an extraneous issue. Healthcare isn't extraneous. Like, for working people and, like, putting all the stuff aside, it's really simple. People will receive letters saying, you paid this much this year, it's going to go up 200%. Working families are going to make decisions now based on what they have to do next year. That might mean for the next 3 months, we have to get less food at the grocery store because we need more money to pay for healthcare next year. It might mean we have to move out of our rental unit because rent's already too damn expensive and we have to pay more for healthcare next year. These are like real decisions for people, between life and death for many people too, especially here in Central Florida. So I'm going to be speaking with people across the district the next few days to really learn about those impacts on them in terms of healthcare. But we cannot kick the can on this. We cannot do it later. Let's do it now. We're ready to work. We were there a few days ago. We'll go back as soon as they're ready to talk about it.
I want to talk a little bit about the effects of the shutdown itself. Yeah. We've heard some concerns raised that the Trump administration might use this a shutdown as a way to slash and kind of remake what the federal government looks like. And I do want to pull up a Truth Social post from the president from 7:59 this morning saying that he has a meeting today with Russ Vought, he of Project 2025 fame, to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are a political scam, he recommends to be cut and whether or not those cuts will be temporary or permanent. I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They are not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again. Your thoughts on that?
Well, number one, yeah, it is in Project 2025 that they're going to illegally do everything they can to slash parts of the federal government, including the Department of Education, which makes sure that students with disabilities and students that live in rural communities actually have a shot at having a decent education in this country. So we'll see what the president wants to do. But this threat of firing people, he's been firing people left and right. In many cases, judges have had to step forward and order them to hire the people back. In fact, you probably saw this latest report that said thousands and thousands of the people they fired at the beginning of the year, they had to hire them back, which means they had about 8 months where they were sitting at home doing nothing and still receiving their paycheck. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? Probably the same thing is going to happen in this case. It is normal in a government shutdown for people to be furloughed on a temporary basis. That is a normal thing. But to sit here and say we're going to try to use it to circumvent Congress and fire a bunch of people and slash the federal government, it's illegal. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to try to do it because this president's been doing illegal things back and forth, but we'll be there to fight back, and there will be litigation that will probably force him to undo what he does. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to make us blink in this moment. He wants Democrats to say, you know what, we're not going to fight for working people anymore, and we're going to rubber stamp a budget that's going to ensure our own constituents pay more for health care. We're not going to do it, no matter what he says.
And that was just a part of my conversation with Congressman Maxwell Frost earlier today. You can find that full conversation right now on Fox Local and Fox35Orlando.com. You can also find it on our Fox 35 YouTube channel. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, or on Florida Live, rather. But keep it right here because we'll be right back after this. live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It is a time now for our Tampa connection, and for that we go to Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Today we're going to begin with a disturbing story out of St. Petersburg. That's where police arrested a man that they say tossed a pit bull off a second-story balcony. And they add that this pit bull was actually trying to protect a teenager at the time. Now, according to authorities, Nigel Myers was following a 15-year-old girl around a home. They said he went into her bedroom and then followed her into the living room before trying to get her back into the bedroom alone. Now, during an altercation between the teenager and Myers, a 3-year-old pit bull named Sparta started jumping on Myers in a protective manner. And that's when investigators say Myers grabbed the dog and threw him up against the top compartment of a dog cage. Then he picked up the dog by its hind legs and threw him off of the second-story balcony. That dog was taken to a nearby animal hospital with serious injuries, but is expected to survive. Myers was arrested and charged with aggravated animal cruelty, domestic battery, child abuse, and lewd and lascivious conduct. Garrett?
Oh, gosh, disturbing allegations there, and just heartbreaking to think about, especially when you see the pictures of that poor dog, Nancy.
Yes, it's definitely disturbing and heartbreaking. This dog, this pit bull here named Sparta, officers, they are saying that he was actually trying to protect a 15-year-old girl inside the home from this man, Nigel Myers. So the dog was just doing its job. I'm sure he was very loyal to this teenager, and to have this man taken by the hind legs and toss him off that second-story balcony is just heartbreaking.
All right, our second story in the Tampa connection, and that is looking at addressing a food desert in South St. Pete.
Yes, that's right. A grocery co-op wants to move into South St. Pete, and all of this comes just a few weeks after a Save-A-Lot supermarket actually shut its doors. Now, residents say that the nearest grocery store now is actually too far away for them to travel, and this keeps affordable, nutritious food out of their reach. In Pinellas County, 20 neighborhoods are officially flagged as food deserts. That means they meet both low-income as well as low-access thresholds. That's about 1 in 3 low-income tracts, with many of them clustered in South St. Pete, Clearwater, as well as Largo. Now, even though the county's overall population of 13.2% is slightly, that's the overall poverty rate, excuse me, not the population, the overall poverty rate is 13.2%, and that is slightly better than the state's average. Transportation and distance are still keeping healthy food out of reach of thousands of people. And the One Community Grocery Co-op, they already have 150 members, and they're hoping to get 300 by the year's end. Now, this co-op would work like this. Members pay a one-time fee and get a say in everything. That includes from where the store goes to how the store operates. The team also introduced the YAMS app. Now, that app tracks where grocery money is spent, helping make the case for grants as well as matching funds. And this co-op, it actually just won a national award for its educational work, and they say they are always proving that community solutions work where corporations have walked away. Again, this community, they just lost a Save-A-Lot supermarket about 2 weeks ago. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection, an odd theft case out of Polk County. What do you have for us?
Yeah, this is definitely an odd case, and for anybody who's lived in the Central Florida area for a long time or even a short amount of time knows that you don't mess with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, but one suspect, he either didn't get the message or he didn't care. Mark Byram was caught on camera walking into a Polk County substation and then walking out with a framed photograph of Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. That's right. Judd's picture was taken right off the lobby's wall, along with a major's and a captain's picture as well. And when Byram, he was found in jail on another charge, he explained what happens.
We went down there and he said, my brain was a little foggy that night, using little drugs, but I think I stole those pictures and wrapped them in a towel and put them by a tree, and sure enough, he did.
And that is where the sheriff's office said that they were able to find those photos. They recovered those photos, and Grady Judd's photo, as well as those 2 other photos, are back up on the wall at that sheriff's substation. Byram, he is now in jail on additional charges of burglary as well as petty theft. Garrett?
Well, maybe they could get another picture of the sheriff for him to hang up in his jail cell.
There you go. That would be perfect. I'm actually a little surprised that Grady Judd, during his morning briefing, didn't make that suggestion, because that definitely sounds like something that the sheriff would want him to do.
Doesn't it? Might have even autographed it for him if he asked nicely. I don't know.
Yeah, I bet he would sign that photo for sure.
Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Well, stopping by the Fox 35 studios earlier today was Attorney General James Othmeyer, who sat down with Fox 35's Ryan Elijah for an interview for Good Day Orlando, where they talked about a number of different topics. It's about a 15-minute conversation. They went into a lot of different things. I do want to play for you just a little bit of this conversation where they talk about State Attorney Monique Worrell. We've covered a lot of that back and forth between the state and the state attorney here on this show. And so he asked about that, and they talked about the attorney general's positions on the prosecutor, who he and the governor have had strong words for in recent days, and her policies, the way she's handled things. Here is that clip from that interview.
Let's talk about the rift between Governor DeSantis and, of course, Monique Worrell, the state attorney before. You kind of inherited that when you came in. Before we get into that, though, I want to play a soundbite of a press conference that she had last week.
So, again, either the attorney general doesn't understand the work that we do here, or he just has a reckless disregard for providing you all with the truth.
And so before we get your response, we should set it up, and correct me if I'm wrong. This is of a case, there were 2 sexual predators that were not prosecuted that kind of led to this. So is that what she's talking about here? And then your response when you hear that?
Well, my response is, and I don't think people at home are going to be surprised, it is indeed a crime to expose yourself and masturbate in a park with little kids. This is not just wrong, it is criminal. And where she has decided not to prosecute this case, we are going to step in and try to ensure that this dangerous individual is held accountable. In another similar case, she allowed someone that possessed large amounts of very gruesome child porn to go free. He tried to flee the country. We were able to again detain him, and my office will prosecute that case. So we've got numerous situations where she's chosen not to prosecute. It is wrong. And so we're going to step in. My duty, my oath is to the people of Florida to keep them safe. Unless there's a really dang good reason to let somebody there go, you got to prosecute. And here we had video evidence, we had in-person testimonial evidence. These were cases that needed to be pursued.
And she said the law didn't basically give her the right to go after that. And we all know that different lawyers can look at things differently, but on something like that, how can 2 people see that so differently based on a law like that?
That's a great question. It seems pretty open shut to me. We're going to step in and we're going to do what's right.
And the other one she said was a jurisdiction issue. Is that the one that's going to the state case now?
Well, our attorneys were already kind of stepping in to prosecute, and then all of a sudden it was dismissed one day without any real explanation. So we've stepped in, we've taken the case back fully on, and we will continue to prosecute.
Later in that press conference, she said it's clear to her the goal is, and I think it even goes to the governor's office, that he wants to remove her. And your response to that, it's not the first time you've heard that.
Well, that's his prerogative, and I know he does his own analysis, and he of all people is a strong constitutionalist and wants to make sure he has the legal authority. My job is to make sure that criminals are prosecuted, and I'm going to step in where they're not being prosecuted. And I know in the past she's had a pattern of practice to be lenient on many of these offenders. I think that's wrong, and I think parents at home want to know that these creeps are not going to be near their kids. At the end of the day, we have to protect our children at all costs. My office has been part of over 1,000 arrests of criminal predators since I took office. We've rescued almost 90 kids that were previously reported missing. That's priority one, and we're not going to stop at any cost to protect our children.
And we've seen, once she got back in office now, there are people from your office that are there. There are workers that have been there, because initially the response was from the state attorney's office, the caseload's too big. So you sent her attorneys. Where does that stand right now?
Well, yeah, her excuse was she wasn't prosecuting cases because she didn't have enough resources resources. At the end of the day, again, I just want to get the job done, so we sent in a Tiger team of prosecutors to help. But you know, I'm aware she's diverting resources to a crime integrity unit that's going back to old cases and trying to undo them and let people go free. I don't understand how that can be a priority when you have a backlog of cases that need to be prosecuted. So we're going to continue to watch the behavior. We're going to continue to make sure that the job is being done. Prosecutors take an oath to defend and uphold the law and to prosecute cases, and we're going to make sure that everybody's doing their job.
How does this compare? She covers Orange and Osceola County. With what you see through the other counties and state attorneys there, do you have any similar issues in other counties?
Not with the backlogs like this. We have other offices that are as busy, that are in larger city areas. They work hard, and you know, they get through their caseloads. We've never seen backlogs quite like what she has here in this circuit.
And then final question on that, how long do you think your workers will be in her office, or is that undetermined at this point?
Well, you know, we want to be there so long as there's a joint commitment to doing the job, putting bad guys away, and protecting citizens. If that's not going to be her prerogative, then, you know, I don't want to devote some of our resources there that could be used in other cases to ensure that we're doing the best we can for Florida families. So no set timeline, but again, I want to make sure we're all in it for the same goal, which is to enforce the law.
When a press conference like that happens, how quickly does that make it to your office, to the governor's office?
It takes hours, days, depends on the schedule, but you know, we certainly do pay attention.
You do hear it, and you find out about it a little bit.
And you'll see more from that interview later on Fox 35. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back. I should say Florida Live. We're on Florida Live here this 2 o'clock hour. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back next here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. A live look at downtown Orlando on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. And you may be heading downtown later tonight for the Ramsey Show Live. That's going on 7 o'clock at the Beecham. It's a sold-out show. A lot of folks excited for that. And joining us live now inside our streaming studio is Jade Warshaw, who is a personal finance coach, an author, and the one of the co-hosts on The Ramsey Show. And Jade, I know you often join our Good Day Orlando crew, and we are so glad to have you here in person here in Orlando today.
Well, thanks for having me.
So first of all, just talk to us about, I know it's a big crowd expected tonight for the show. What can people expect at the sold-out Ramsey Show live tonight in Orlando?
Listen, if you're used to the Ramsey Show, if you tuned into the podcast or the YouTube show, it really is that in a live environment. The hope is that in a smaller room, we can really get to see your face and interact together, and all the same help with your life and your money that you would receive on the Ramsey Show. Plus, we've got a lot of fun stuff planned in between, so it's going to be a fun night.
What is it that you think makes Ramsey Solutions and the way y'all do things so effective?
Truly, I think it's the fact that we have people, real people who are reaching out to you. It's not just a product. It's not just a tech company giving you a budget. It's real people who have lived experiences, and we're combining that with our knowledge of money. And so we're hoping to meet people at a very personal level, a very human level, and we've done that.
So let's, I want to dive into a couple of things here that I think are important topics to kind of break down. And one that I know you have written about recently is how much of your paycheck should you save? It's a basic thing, but I think it's something that a lot of people struggle with, but it's important.
Yeah, it is important.
Especially now, and when we know that paycheck isn't going quite as far as it used to.
That's right. That's a really good question. And honestly, what you're going to save every month really depends on where you're at in your financial journey. So if you're a person who's in debt currently, whether it's student loan debt, credit card debt, whatever that might be, a good place to start is with $1,000. If you can get $1,000 saved, that's really our step one, which we would call baby step one. And that $1,000 is just giving you a little bit of breathing room, and then you can take the rest of your income and begin working on paying off your consumer debt. And so that's how that works. Now, if you're a person who has no consumer debt, then we would say you want to save up 3 to 6 months of expenses. And so making sure that you're budgeting for that every month is really important.
You call them baby steps, yeah. Because sometimes that's all you can start with, just because of the reality of the situation.
That's right. Breaking it down into those smaller chunks really makes it easier to do. So we have 7 baby steps that we teach people. Like I said, that first one, getting $1,000 saved, knock it out in 30 days. The second one, yeah, it is paying off all your consumer debt. The third one, stacking up 3 to 6 months of expenses. The fourth one is you're investing 15% of your paycheck. The fifth one, you're putting a little bit aside for your kids' college. 6 is paying off your house, and 7 is just living and being generous.
One of the things that sometimes makes this kind of following through on some of these steps difficult for people is the anxiety and the stress that comes along with it, because everything costs money. Things now are costing more, and sometimes it can be stressful even for people just to think about having to make some of these changes or budget or even just like put down on paper come with a plan.
Absolutely. I mean, the truth is 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're feeling that crunch that you're talking about. It's very real. It's interest rates, and it's student loan payments coming back due this year. It's all of those things. And so that's why I would tell folks to get on a budget. When you have a plan, even if you're in the red, just being able to see it written down, being able to see your numbers, what you're earning, what you're spending on, now suddenly you're in control, and it's not just this, cloud of chaos floating over your head. And so getting on a budget, the budget I recommend is EveryDollar. It's the only one I use, and it really will give you that sense of control. And then you can look and see, if I am in the red, what can I cut? What do I need to do in order to get back in the green?
That budget that you recommend, can you talk us a little bit, just kind of the basics of that?
Yeah, I love EveryDollar. It's an app on your phone or on your desktop, but it's more than just a budgeting app. It's also everything to do with your financial picture. So when you log into EveryDollar, it's going to give you a plan based on your situation, your exact numbers, and it's going to show you all the things that you can do to find margin, which is great. Margin is that breathing room that most of us want so bad. We just need help pinpointing where it's at. Is it in our subscriptions? Is it in our, our tax return that we get, our tax refund that we get every year? Do we need to look at getting a side hustle, right? So EveryDollar helps you do all of that and tells you the next right step with your money.
Getting that kind of picture of things probably goes a long way toward alleviating some of that financial stress that we feel, because being able to break down and account for that probably I would imagine is a big step in helping with that.
That's right. You know, when we ask people, how are you feeling about money? What's the number one emotion you're feeling? A lot of people are feeling stressed, right? They're feeling fear, they're feeling anxiety. A lot of folks are feeling hopelessness. But when we gave them every dollar and let them try it for just 14 days, we went back and asked that same series of questions, and the numbers went down drastically. And in fact, we saw an increase in hope. We saw an increase in motivation. People who were feeling stressed out, that number dropped 2/3, right? So it's, again, that feeling of control and being able to see there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
What are some other ways that that we can deal with the anxiety and the stress that comes up with dealing with finances?
You know, you can't bury your head in the sand. You've got to look at the numbers and understand, I might be facing challenges, but there is always something you can do about it, right? Instead of looking to the White House or looking for anybody else to fix your situation, getting on a budget and saying, I'm going to look at my money and I'm going to make the next right choice and I'm going to embrace a plan for my money. It's the best thing you can do. My husband and I did that over a decade ago. We had $460,000 of debt, and I embraced the baby steps, and over the course of 7.5 years, we paid it all off. And so I like to encourage people that the time is going to pass anyway. You get to choose what you're going to do with that time. You could wake up 10 years from now and you have 3 choices. You can be the same, you can be worse off, or you can be better. And that choice starts today.
Having that personal experience has to help you when you're talking to people. You've been there. You know, how does that kind of help and guide as you're working with people who are in tough financial spots sometimes?
Well, you know, I hope there's empathy there. That's my hope. You know, I kind of have the personality of the bully on the playground, but I'm on your side, right? So a lot of times I have kind of a tough demeanor, but the truth is I really am on your side, and I know how it feels. I know how it feels with your back against the wall or feeling like there's no way out, but I also know that it takes real decisions and real action, and we can't dilly-dally with this. We've got to make a plan, and we've got to be willing to embrace some level of discomfort in order to fix our situation. That's the truth.
Here in Florida, we're dealing with what a lot of people are saying is an affordability crisis, and people being priced out of their homes in some situations, and a number of things. So this is something that is important and top of mind to a lot of folks here. What is your message, and what do you want people here in Florida to know and to take away?
Yeah, first off, you're not wrong. That is the reality, and it's really tough to deal with. It's tough when you had a dream or a vision for something and that changes. But what has to happen next is we've got to realign our expectations and say, okay, I thought I was going to be able to purchase a home here for X amount of dollars. That's no longer the case. I have to grieve that situation. And then I have to start looking up and saying, what are my other options? Will it require a move? Will it require me to move further north? Will it require me to do a career change? Those are really tough decisions, but unfortunately, it's what we're looking at. If you live in Los Angeles and you're not making enough money to live in Los Angeles, you have to move somewhere else, and that is the tough part. It being true doesn't make it no less difficult to accept and actually act. So,
well, sold out show tonight at the Beecham, but where can folks find out more information or access some resources? What would you tell them?
Yeah, hit us up at RamseySolutions.com. We're there. We've got everything you need. Find us on YouTube. Find us on Amazon. I almost said Amazon. Find us on YouTube. Find us on Instagram. We're there. RamseySolutions.com, or you can find me at Jade Warshaw.
All right, Jade. Really appreciate your time. Great talking with you. Great meeting you in person here, and appreciate you joining us today.
You too. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. A live look at downtown Orlando again on this Thursday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Well, the state of Florida is cracking down on super speeders. It's been 3 months since the state's new super speeder law went into effect. We had the chance to catch up with Orange County Sheriff John Mina earlier today to talk about how enforcement is going specifically in Orange County, what's changed for deputies trying to keep roads safe, and also looking at a focus on speeding in school zones, a number of other things. Here's that conversation with Orange County Sheriff John Mina earlier today.
Yeah, so we've arrested 68 people for going over 100 miles an hour or going over 50 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. So people are still speeding out there. And I know it's a new law, so it's going to take a little while for that to take effect and people to really realize that, yeah, you're going to go to jail if you're going 100 miles an hour.
68 in 3 months. Is that on par with what you anticipated?
Yeah, so, you know, we have the stats from last year and this year, and I think this year we're over 500 citations of people going over 100 miles an hour. Let me start that over. So this year, there have been over 500 people that we have cited for going over 100 miles per hour. And so I think we're going to continue probably to see that trend until people really realize that, you know, you're going to go to jail, you're going to get arrested for going that fast.
So that 500 involves the time before the law went into place and then maybe some deputies having discretion? That's
correct. So, you know, before the law took place, we were just writing the citation. But even after the law went into effect, our deputies are using their discretion and arresting those who are going over 100 miles an hour. And depending on what the person says or what the circumstances are, you know, they may just get the citation. But most of the times, they're being arrested.
Where are you seeing most of these super speeders?
I would say on the major highways. You know, people, I don't know if they feel emboldened to go faster because it's, you know, 3 or 4 lanes. You know, we see many cars changing lanes and driving recklessly on some of the major highways, but it also happens on some of the local and state roads closer to where a lot of people are, so that's very dangerous.
What time of day are you seeing most of these super speeders?
All times of days, but my folks are telling me a lot in the evenings. That's when they see the majority of the people going faster.
What's the feedback you've gotten from other people in the community now that this law is in place?
The feedback has been great as far as people saying, hey, thank you. Something needs to be done about these people just driving so recklessly on our roadways with all of our families out there, and they're thankful for that. And, you know, since I've been sheriff, you know, going on 7 years, traffic and safety and speed is the #1 complaint I get from our residents.
You yourself have seen some of these super speeders, right?
That's correct. I ride with my track and enforcement deputies, and as a matter of fact, just yesterday we pulled someone over who was driving very recklessly and going over 100 miles an hour, and he was arrested.
Where was this?
This was on the turnpike, just right near the 429.
What's that conversation when deputies pull someone over? Are people aware of the law or still not yet?
Still not yet. I think this person was very surprised that they were going to jail, and but he admitted that he was driving recklessly. So we're trying to correct the behavior, and people might ask, well, why do people have to go to jail? Well, why do people have to die in a fiery car crash when someone's speeding? So when you look at that, I'm okay and unapologetic for someone going to jail if it will prevent someone's family being shattered apart because you were going too fast to go to a meeting, or because you wanted to go to a meeting and someone was killed. And when you're going over 100 miles an hour, when you're going 50 miles an hour with a posted speed limit, when you crash, people are going to die. You're not going to survive that crash, and the people you hit are not going to survive.
One of the cases we saw from your office involved kids in the car. What was your reaction when that came across your desk?
I was shocked and very saddened by that, because that's just one person. So I know that there are probably other people out there who are driving dangerously with their kids in the car. And so we're just hoping to correct behavior and stop that kind of recklessness.
Is there an age that you're seeing mostly behind the wheel for this?
No, it kind of runs the gamut. It really does. I was with our traffic enforcement guys, and a 17-year-old was going well over 100 miles an hour, and then there's people well older than that they're going over 100 miles an hour.
What conversations, if any, have you had with the state attorney to make sure that this goes all the way through the judicial process?
So I haven't had any conversations with them specifically about that. I do know their office supports that. I do know that, I saw her press conference in support of that. And people have to remember that yes, I know it's just a traffic offense, but it is a very serious traffic offense, and that's why the law was changed, because, again, like I said, when you're going over 100 miles an hour, that leads to other things. That leads to the 2,400 deaths a year that we see because of speed. That leads to road rage incidents, when you're weaving in and out of traffic, and the road rage incidents lead to sometimes gunfire and violence.
With your pursuit policy, your deputies can chase for forcible felonies. How does that play a role here getting super speeders?
So we have a number of other methods that we use. We do operations where we use our aviation assets. I have 4 helicopters and an airplane, so no one's going to get away from that. And I think people are about to find out that if they do run from us, they're gonna pull up home thinking they're free and clear because they ran from us, and we're going to be at the door 30 seconds later.
So can your deputies hit those speeds to get a super speeder, or no?
So we can try and catch up to people who are speeding that fast, and certainly we have vehicles and we have the capability to catch up to people. But again, we're not going to pursue unless it's a forcible felony. But I will say that there are other methods. You can't outrun the radio. You're not going to outrun a helicopter or an airplane.
So what is that training that you do with deputies, or the conversation when it comes to arresting super speeders?
Yes, our deputies have driving training that they go through biannually. And so very, very safe driving. And the conversation is that don't risk your life or the lives of innocent bystanders for a super speeder. And we're going to catch them. Like, we've arrested 68 already. I imagine in another few months, that number will be double. So we're going to continue to catch them, and the people who do run away. The investigation doesn't stop there. We'll find out who they are. Or we'll use helicopters or airplanes to go after them and make sure they're put in handcuffs.
Have you issued any written reprimands for deputies hitting those high speeds or violating the pursuit policy for these super speeders?
Not yet, no.
What do you anticipate, you made a comment, the rest of the year is going to look like for this?
So until people, like I said, the law is fairly new. So until people really start recognizing that, hey, I'm going to go to jail for this, I think it's going to continue to be about the same. Mm-hmm. But I think you will see year over year, you're going to see those speeds decline. And my hope is that we will see those traffic fatalities related to high speeds decline as well. And that's going to take time. You know, people are going to have to realize that, number one, you're going to go to jail for that, and that it is a new law. And then number two, we're going to keep arresting people for that. So don't violate the law. Don't go over 100 miles an hour.
Have you seen any second offenses or no?
Not that I'm aware of, yeah. And so, you know, that's interesting because just in the 2 cases that I've been involved with, you know, the people, you can just tell by the look on their face that they know they had made a very bad mistake. And, you know, I can't see into the future, but I would be very shocked if those people that I run into want to go through that again, right? Your car gets towed. You put in handcuffs, you go to the jail. It's a long process. You have to bond out. You're going to have to go to court. It's a major inconvenience, but not nearly as inconvenient or tragic as when a traffic fatality occurs. And you think about it, we could be saving that person's life and certainly other people, other drivers' lives.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Orange County Sheriff John Mina speaking earlier today with Fox 35 about that new super speeder law that's been in effect for a few months now. And as you heard him say, still a number of folks unaware of it and unaware of the consequences of it. So the bottom line, slow down out there. No reason to be going that fast. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. As we go to break, let me give you this live look at I-4 here in Lake Mary. This is the view from our tower cam above the studios of Fox 35 in Lake Mary in Seminole County. Keep it here. More Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Week 5 of the NFL season, it kicks off tonight. It's the 49ers and the Rams tonight at 8:15. When it comes to Florida's NFL teams, they've got the Dolphins and the Panthers coming up on Sunday, and the Buccaneers and the Seahawks as well. But a big primetime matchup for the Jacksonville Jags. They are a 3-1 set to face off against the 2-2 Kansas City Chiefs on Monday Night Football next week. And we heard from head coach Liam Cohen just a little bit ago, speaking about how the Jags are getting ready for that primetime matchup under the lights Monday night.
They have guys like Smooth, Bud, and the two rookies to kind of step up if you need to.
Huge. Especially Smooth has been really getting better and better every week. Plays his tail off. Og obviously gives us some flex to be able to play outside and be able to reduce a little bit inside. BJ Green got some snaps, obviously, last week. And then, Dennis Gardeck's continuing to, I think, get more and more comfortable out there. So, feel confident, though, if that has to happen.
Monday Night Football, primetime game at the bank. Just how big is the stage for the team?
Huge. Just a great opportunity, like we talked about in the team meeting today, is to go play cleaner 60 minutes and see what happens, guys. We have done so many good things. It is truly about us getting better, improving, taking the next step in all three phases, and just go trust it and play. This is going to be a blast. Ton of respect for the Chiefs, Coach Reed, Coach Spags. Tammy Reed was one of the first, people to call Ashley and welcome her. So it's just a lot of respect for the organization. I know Matt Nagy really well. Trained me out of college when I was doing some quarterback stuff. So a lot of respect for what they've done.
How big can the fans be, the home field advantage for this team?
That's a great op for our whole fan base, the community, the city, to come and support. Right? We've tried to put a product on the field each week that our fans can be proud of the way that our players compete, how tough they're playing. It's not perfect, but I do think our players care, and they're trying to do everything they can to put the best product out there for our fan base.
Going against Spags last year, how unique is he in terms of just his pressure looks, but also when he calls them?
Yeah, anywhere and everywhere. He definitely puts a lot of pressure on you as an offense, as a play caller, your quarterback to be able to, see it pre-snap. What's the picture going to be post-snap? Zero checks, right? You got to be zero ready at all times, and it could be back to back to back. I think he zeroed me 3 times in a row last year at one point. A lot of respect for the position that he puts his players in, the attacking mindset that they play with. It's a great opportunity for us this week.
What kind of challenge is Chris Jones?
Yeah, game wrecker type player. The size, obviously, the length, the ability to quick swim you, to push the middle pocket. Then he lines up at end at times in some known passing situations. So it's going to take a village. That's kind of what we've been talking about as, really with these rushers is it's not just one guy, one matchup. It's all of us have a hand in it in terms of being able to chip, do all the little things you have to take care of a guy like that can make a huge impact.
Impact plays from Travis Hunter, both offensively, defensively.
I think so, absolutely. The play, I don't know how many guys are making that play down the middle the other day on third down. We missed them on, a few other opportunities. I thought that was a step in the right direction, actually, offensively, for sure. And then defensively, we just made a decision that we did. I've been very pleased with him.
Just get off with go ahead. You go ahead, D-Rock.
I was going to say, expect more defensive snaps from him this week. Where's he kind of fit in? It's
just as we go. I think it'll be week to week. I think it'll absolutely be, starting in the game. I think that's for sure. So, been very pleased with Travis.
Does that decision have to get run by you, or is that on the position coach to sit guys?
Yeah, that was a decision that we all made together, kind of based on some things physically and things like that. So we're just looking at giving some guys some opportunities with what we felt like their game plan was going to be. We didn't feel like we needed to do that, and then it ended up becoming more of a pass game because of us being able to stop the run. But we felt like kind of at that point where, like, man, it's maybe going to be more of a running type game, and we felt like we wanted to also give some guys some opportunities as well.
Struggled to run the ball. That's what I was just talking with the chief reporter about, but they do have Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
What sort of matchup problems does he present, knowing obviously he is a receiver, but was their leading rusher last week?
Yeah, I do think that they can run the ball. I believe that. I know it hasn't maybe shown up, but I've seen them. They're going to have something game plan specific within the run game. But like you just mentioned, they do a really nice job of getting their skill players involved in their run game, whether it be on jet sweeps, end arounds, little RPOs. That's an extension of their run game, and that is a huge kind of deal for us going into this week in terms of.
You know, the Chiefs are off to a slow start, but not likely to stay that way if history is any indication. So the Jags going to have their hands full Monday night as they host the Kansas City Chiefs on a Monday Night Football. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live on this Thursday afternoon. Give you a live look right now along International Drive in Orange County. We'll see you here tomorrow at 2 with more Florida Live. Have a great afternoon.
All right, everybody, welcome in. Welcome in on this Thursday. It is October 2nd, and it is a little bit of a muggy day out there, so definitely not the best beach weather for sure. We are going to be continuing to see this rain that what we've been seeing today kind of continue through the rest of the work week and through the start of the weekend. So really just going to be continuing to see this very dreary weather on tap at least for the next few days, and we'll talk about why in a few minutes. But first, let's start off with our question of the day. Let us know where you're watching from and participate today, because if you want a local forecast, especially when we're talking about rain this weekend, let us know what you're doing. We'll actually give you a personal forecast a little bit later on in the show, but definitely write in, let us know where you're watching from today, and answer our question of the day. So a little bit of a backstory with this. I'll pop this up, but I'll also kind of explain why this is the question of the day. So as you do take a look here, question of the day is, when is the best time to go to the beach here in Central Florida? I'm genuinely curious because on Tuesday, for those of you who may have not looked on social media at all, and if you do look on my social media, me and my dog and I went to the New Smyrna Beach shorelines to go check out what Imelda was doing offshore. And it was actually really cool to see the waves, and actually there was a lot of people out there. But I have to say, I've never seen Flagler Avenue so quiet on New Smyrna Beach. Usually when I go, there's the entire street is completely packed with people trying to get on to drive on the beach. There's people walking around, and just every single parking lot I feel like is jam-packed on Flagler Avenue during either when I was there in the summer and also in the around February time, it was the same way. So when we were actually taking a look after we were watching the waves for a while, I took my dog on a little walk like around the Flagler Avenue, and we went into a couple of the businesses, and there were two businesses that quite literally said the exact same thing. September is the slow month here in Florida when it comes to beach times. And I guess it kind of makes sense because everyone is starting to get back to school. Everyone is kind of like off their vacation time. And I think things are going to slowly start to ramp up once fall break starts to kind of get back in gear. Once, of course, we get into spring break, yeah, our region gets very busy. And then continuing to keep an eye just on the forecast as well. This is hurricane season. This is when we normally see stuff really start to brew, and that's going to be another topic a little bit later on today. So answer the question, and if you are not from Central Florida, when is the best time to go to the beach in your neck of the woods, or when would you like to come down and visit Central Florida? Because I know, especially where I'm from New England, best time to go to the beach in Boston is literally from June to probably about August. The water is still super cold at the start of summer in June, but really it's once we hit the end of August, then things start to get a little bit chilly, and then no, you don't touch the beach for quite a while until the next year. So I'd love to know, and I see a couple people writing in already, someone writing in on our Facebook page saying that they are from Hawaii, so I would love to know what you think of the beaches on Hawaii, and you are going to be visiting Orlando soon, so hey, let us know. But answer the question of the day. Unfortunately, though, we are not going to be seeing pretty good beach days, at least for the next couple of days. So let's actually take a look of what we are expecting for your local forecast right here. We'll start off with what we're seeing out there right now, and it is gloomy, to say the least. We are seeing on our current radar, it is gloomy out there, and we're going to continue to see. That's the beach from a couple days ago, but here's what we are seeing out there right now. Mostly cloudy skies all across the region. We're seeing these little splash and dash showers, but earlier on today, a good amount of folks actually saw a good amount of rain, and so it's going to continue to kind of hold this pattern at least for the next couple of days. Right now, not seeing too much, just a couple of very scattered showers making its way into Lake County, so making its way just north of Montverde, Zellwood, Tavares, Eustis, Umatilla, starting to see those very scattered showers. This is going to continue into Sumter County as well. So Coleman, just north of Bushnell, seeing a couple of scattered showers. Up in Marion, Alachua County, seeing a couple of very scattered showers as well. But the majority of that rain already kind of passed already. So St. Augustine down to Palm Coast and Flagler Beach, still seeing a couple of very scattered showers out there. And then as we make our way further to the south, as we zoom out a little bit, we're seeing a good amount of rain in South Florida, and there's a reason why, and we're going to see our rain chances kind of on a more elevated side as we take a look at the next couple of days. But let's actually do a check outside. I am taking a look at our cameras right now, and I want to pull up our SunTrust North camera, if we have a second. And it is just gloomy out there. Like, this is the best, not best day to go to the beach, but best day in order to just curl up and kind of just take a nap. I feel like I have not been able to get out of my way the entire day today. So let's actually pull up our Hyatt camera. Our Hyatt camera is gloomy as well. Maybe seeing a couple peaks of sunshine. I see a little bit of a lighter sky up by the Fox 35 logo, but it's gloomy out there. Mostly cloudy skies, and that's what's also going to kind of trap our temperatures in the mid-upper 80s as we take a look at the next couple of days. Seeing a couple people writing in, answering our question of the day. We will get back to that in a second. But writing in Joyce on our Facebook page, my cruise is this Sunday to the Bahamas. We will get back to that in 1 second when we talk about the tropics, but I think it might be a little bit choppy out there for you. So Joyce, I really hope you do not have any seasickness, or you do pretty well in a boat, because things may be a little bit rocky, especially by the Bahamas, because they did just get hit with a Category 2 Imelda, and we just got brushed. So very, very rough surf. So fingers crossed, Joyce. I really am hoping that you do not get seasick, because personally, I think I would be a little bit woozy. Speaking of the tropics, and Joyce, you bring up a very good point with that. So we are keeping a very close eye on the tropics. Good news is that Imelda is now post-tropical. We are just seeing a lot of moisture in the central Atlantic. So we're not really focusing in on Imelda anymore. We're focusing in on not one, but two zones of interest coming up within the next couple of days. So as we do take a look, here's what we're looking at. We have a new zone, which is only a 10% chance, excuse me, of development over the next 7 days. So this disturbance is actually going to be lingering over southwest Florida, and you saw a couple of those scattered showers just a moment ago. You can see with the cloud cover, we have a good amount of moisture that's going to be making its way over the peninsula, and hence amping up our rain chances over the next couple of days. So this disturbance will linger over southwest Florida. It's going to increase our rain chances, especially through this weekend, but as it makes its way back into the Gulf, we may see the possibility of development. It is way too early to tell quite yet, but definitely something that we will be keeping a very close eye on for the next couple of days. Let's bring you locally. So again, we were talking about those rain chances, and they're going to stay pretty high. So taking a look, pretty much 70% rain chances through the rest of the work week and the weekend, amping that up to 80% chance Luckily, though, nothing severe. That's the good news right there and the big takeaway. It is just going to be a lot of rain, especially on Monday, widespread rain all across the region. And because we're seeing all of this rain kind of coming in off the East Coast and moving further into Central Florida, really the highest rain chances are going to be along the coast. And then those showers slowly going to start to fizzle out as they make their way inland. So it's not going to be a total washout for everybody, but some areas are definitely going to be seeing more rain than others. So through the rest of the evening, it's going to be gloomy. Taking a look at tomorrow, same thing. And we'll take a look at your local forecast and really time out that rain in just a few minutes. But overall, there is the possibility of some flooding, and that's not just because of the rain that we're expecting. Yeah, we're going to see a good amount of rain, but because that surf was so rough coming into the shoreline, that's going to pose a flood risk for areas, especially along the St. Johns River, over the next couple of days. So just make sure if you do live along St. Johns River by Cocoa Beach, up towards Titusville, near Sanford, even up towards DeLand and even further into Volusia County, make sure you are just staying weather aware with that, because again, those, even though this is way far inland, all that water came into shore, so it has somewhere to go. Oh, it needs somewhere to go, and that's where it's going to be headed, into the lakes and rivers up the St. Johns River and any other like little tributaries that may be along the Florida coastline. So that's what we're going to be in for the next few days. We are going to take a quick break in a couple of seconds, and then we'll talk more about the tropics. Brooks has something coming up, really kind of delving in deep of why we're going to be watching the Gulf over the next couple of months for the possibility of tropical development, and that's what we're going to be kind of really shifting our focus to. October, we see, especially in the Gulf, those waters are extremely warm, which can easily cause and help out with a spin up like we did see last year. So we're going to take a quick break in a couple of seconds. We will be right back. But if you didn't answer the question of the day, when is the best time, wherever you're from or here in Central Florida, to go to the beach? We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stick with us. All right, everybody, welcome back. So switching gears to the tropics a little bit, I saw it here in the comments and on our Facebook page that we have someone who is heading out on a cruise to the Bahamas, so we are definitely hoping for the best for them. So again, good luck if you are heading out on a cruise for the next couple of days, or if you are planning on heading out from Port Canaveral this weekend. It is going to be rough out there, and especially if you're heading to the Bahamas, Bermuda, it is definitely going to be rocky out on those shores. And something that we're watching very closely over the next couple of days is the potential for some tropical activity, but luckily it is going to be making its way over the peninsula, kind of cutting off that potential. So here's what we're looking at: a 10% chance of development over the next 7 days. Very, very low, and we'll pull up the satellite in 1 second. But what we're keeping an eye on is a disturbance right over the Bahamas, and this is kind of left over from Imelda. This is what's going to be making its way over the peninsula, kind of amping up our rain chances over the next couple of days for sure, and then making its way into the Gulf after that. That's the expected path, and this is going to be quite literally through the weekend and into the start of next week. So quite a long stretch is where we're kind of going to be stuck in this very wet pattern over the next couple of days. So here's the latest. So we're seeing not only this system right here, we are keeping an eye on another system as well. This is in the central Atlantic, and we can see another 20% chance of development across the central Atlantic as well. So taking a look, this is our tropical outlook for this zone that's right by Central Florida. We'll talk about the other one in a second, but this one's going to be lingering over Southwest Florida, increasing our rain chances, and then possibly some slow development as it makes its way over into the Gulf. And again, this is what's going to really amp up our rain chances over the next couple of days. So especially if you live along the East Coast, it is going to be rainy, it is going to be gloomy, and then you're also going to be seeing a good amount of rain as well. So with that, and on top of all of those waves and that water coming into shore, not only are you going to need to be careful if you live near a river, but also if you do live in any like lower lying areas, maybe even a little bit dip that's right at or below sea level, make sure you are being careful for the possibility of flooding. So this is one area that we're keeping an eye on. This is another area we're keeping an eye on. It's a wave that is making its way just off the coast of Africa within the next couple of days. So as it makes its way in across the central Atlantic, that's when we could be seeing the possibility of something brewing in the tropics. But again, this is only a 20% chance of development over the next 7 days. So something that we're going to need to watch. Reason why we have been seeing such rough waters the past couple of days is because of Imelda. And Imelda made landfall in Bermuda overnight last night and really impacted there. They clocked in over 90-mile-per-hour gusts, and that is crazy as this Category 2 storm made its way over the island. So for the folks, again, who's maybe cruising over the next couple of days, waters are going to be extremely rough. So post-tropical storm Imelda, this storm kind of tapped into some of that cooler water in the Atlantic, and even though it's still holding that Category 1 strength of 75 miles per hour, it lost the tropical characteristics. So that's why it's called post-tropical cyclone Imelda. This is still a pretty powerful storm, and it's going to continue to make its way off to the northeast, and this is where it's going to almost kind of follow back and continue to bring in much more rain across Europe. So it's going to be extremely gloomy here in Florida. It's going to be extremely gloomy across the pond as well. So that's what we're seeing with Imelda. And even though Imelda is far, far gone, it really stirred up the waves for sure. So rip currents are going to be continuing to stay dangerous. Beach erosion is still possible, and large breaking waves from 5 to 8 feet is possible until Sunday morning. That's this high surf advisory that's in effect all along Florida coastlines and the southeast coastlines up to the Carolinas. Very, very rough waters over the next couple of days. So if you do have any beach plans, stay out of the water. That's the biggest advice I can give. We also watch October, especially in the tropics, for a couple of other reasons as well. And I'm going to pass it off to Brooks because he's going to talk about a little bit more in depth of why we're going to be continuing to keep an eye, especially on the Gulf, as we head through the last 2 months of hurricane season. So Brooks, I'll pass it off to you.
Welcome to October. Now's the time we've got to take a really close look at the Gulf as well as the Western Caribbean, because these become the main development zones for tropical systems. And when tropical systems develop here, they can affect us here. In fact, October, if you look at climate history, is the most active month for direct tropical impacts to the state of Florida. Now, there's nothing out there right now, but that could change. That could change coming up here in about the next 8 to 10 days, and this is why. There's something called the, get ready for it, Madden-Julian Oscillation, or as we say in weather, the MJO. And it's a global weather pattern that was first identified by two scientists, Madden and Julian, identifying an eastward propagating wave that's large scale. It's like half of a hemisphere. And it goes around the globe every 1 to 2 months. And wherever it goes, it enhances storm patterns. And wherever it exits, it creates kind of like a high pressure, sunshine filled sky. And we're talking entire bits of the ocean. Now, let's take a deep dive into what that means for us, because that MJO, that Madden-Julian oscillation, looks to set up right over that zone of most likely development. And so we're going to take a look at this chart. This looks really scientific, so I'm just going to walk you through it here. And we can go up here and I'll interact with the map here on this wall. But essentially where you see these dark green characteristics, this shows you what's called upper level divergence, and it's a way to identify where that MJO may be going. And whenever you have, and this happens to be over the Caribbean and the Gulf, a widespread region of upper level divergence that here extends into the Eastern Pacific, that lets you know that there's a lot of thunderstorm activity, because as air is evacuated high in the sky, it has to fill in at the lower levels, creating a surface convergence and thunderstorm activity. So again, this is going to max out in the next 10 days for this first 2 weeks of October, from Cuba down through Puerto Rico, down into the Caribbean, westward through the Western Gulf, the Caribbean, into the Yucatan Peninsula and the Eastern Pacific. On top of that, these black lines indicate the actual presence of the epicenter of that MJO pattern, which will be right over this region. So in summary, we're going to have to very carefully watch this area over the next 10 days for potential development, maybe in the Western Caribbean, maybe in the Gulf. And what often happens is that when storms form there, they come dangerously close to our area. We saw it as soon as last season with Hurricane Milton, a big Cat 5 in the Gulf, a Cat 3 at landfall, but it did a lot of damage and unfortunately took a lot of lives. So we're going to watch this very carefully. Want to pull back the curtain and give you an idea of some of the things we track behind the scenes to bring you a better forecast. All right, that's the latest from here. Back to you.
Thanks, Brooke. So overall this season, what we've been seeing so far is multiple big hurricanes. We had Aaron Category 5, Gabrielle Category 4, Umberto Category 5, and then Imelda was a Category 2 storm. So next couple names on the list, we have Jerry, Karen, Lorenzo, and Melissa on the roster. And we're in October now. We're kind of starting to see the light. There we go. All right, let's actually take a look at your comments of what you've been submitting on Facebook and YouTube. And if you'd like to get in on the fun, definitely watch on there. We'll take your comments from what you're commenting in the comment section and bring it up here, not only answering the question of the day or personal plans that you might have coming up that you want a personalized forecast for. So definitely write in for that. All right, let's take a look at a couple of the comments. Scott writing in from Edgewater saying that it is very wet. Thank you for updating us. Scott, unfortunately, it is going to continue to stay wet because of the pattern that we're in that disturbance in southwest Florida. That's what's amping up our rain chances and funneling in a lot of tropical moisture over the next couple of days. Joyce writing in that you are taking a cruise to the Bahamas on Sunday. Oh, I really hope you do not get seasick because those seas are going to be rough over the next couple of days, and especially near the Bahamas as this disturbance is kind of brewing up a little bit more, things are going to continue to stay pretty rocky, especially on the water. But I hope you have the best time on your vacation. Dawn writing in, the best time to head to the beaches is July and August, and she was gloomy there as well, wherever she is writing from. So it is going to continue to stay very gloomy as we head through the next couple of days. But I agree, July and August for us here in Central Florida, probably the best time to head to the beaches. Dawn also writing in, it is gloomy out there, and I totally agree. It is one of those days where you just want to curl up, read a good book, take a solid nap, and just stay inside. A little bit of a behind the scenes thing. I'm quite literally in a blanket right now because it is so gloomy. So a little bit of behind the scenes right there. Next comment, Vicky writing in saying Palm Bay, best time to head to the beaches, September and early mornings. I totally agree. I like to head to the beach very early if I can to try to beat the crowd and then kind of start to make my way out of there by the early afternoon when it starts to get almost too hot and uncomfortable, and then you can just enjoy the cooler mornings before it kind of gets a little bit warmer. This is a very cool comment that I thought, this is on our Facebook page. We're writing in from Hawaii, but they're moving to Orlando soon. I moved here just over a year ago, and I absolutely love it. So I hope you love it as well, and good luck on the move. That is a very, very far move. So happy you're moving here. All right, that looks like all of our comments. Let me do one quick one. Look, Elaine Tavet writing in from Holbrook. Exciting. So we're watching from Massachusetts. We'll do another check on our Facebook page. Evangeline on our YouTube page writing in saying that sunshine is shining in Ocala today. Yeah, it is going to continue to stay on the beautiful side. As we see, as you're further away from the East Coast, you're not going to be seeing as much rain, but you're still going to possibly see a couple of scattered showers through the next couple of days. But you're probably in the best spot seeing that sunshine with maybe a scattered shower or two. If you're along the coastline, though, much more rain is in store. So taking a look out there right now, here is our Launch Credit Union camera. Let me do a little bit of a reset over here. Okay, here's our Launch Credit Union camera, and we're going to continue to see just those very windy and gloomy, rainy conditions over the next couple of days. So something that we're going to be watching for sure is, of course, that rain. And here's what we're looking at right now. Very scattered showers up by Palm Coast. Again, we had somebody writing in from Ocala on our YouTube page, Evangeline. It is sunny over there. Maybe a little bit of a scattered shower just off to your north, but just very splash and dash showers is what we're seeing out there right now. And this is pretty much going to be continuing the trend as we head, just kind of waves of moisture making their way across the region. So to time out what we can see for those scattered showers through the day tomorrow is pretty much just going to be all day long, and that just adds to the fact where it just makes you just want to curl up and take a nap or read a good book. So through the next couple of days, here's what we're looking at. Elevated rain chances for sure. So through the rest of the evening, continuing to see those scattered showers, mainly across Cocoa Beach and Palm Bay. If you're in those areas, you're probably going to get hit a little bit more. And taking a look as we head through the overnight tonight, more showers making their way onshore. Palm Coast, Daytona Beach probably going to get hit with some of those harder rain showers. And then just very scattered showers as we head through your Friday. But it's just enough that it's going to be hitting a lot of places, but they're going to be very quick showers. maybe a few more of those stronger showers kind of kicking in as we take a look at your Friday afternoon with a little bit of help from the sea breezes. But it's going to be breezy, it is going to be cloudy, it is going to be rainy. Definitely not the best forecast for us here in Central Florida. So heads up if you do have any plans, at least through this weekend, you may need to pack the umbrella or just kind of save yourself the trouble. If you have any outdoor plans, try to make those inside. Let's pop up your 7-day forecast and we'll take another look at the comments. We are going to continue to just see very gloomy conditions. We'll pop up this full so you can see it, and just make sure you can take a look at your forecast from your own hometown. And here's what we're looking at for the next couple of days. Gloomy, gloomy conditions for sure. And taking a look, we're going to continue to see those high rain chances lingering until about midweek next week. So Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to start to see a little bit of relief starting to come in. And then once we take a look at our temperatures, it's going to kind of be all over the place. We're going to hit pretty much every single number of the 80s over the next 7 days. That cloud cover, that humidity is almost going to be stuck with us. So cloud cover acts as a little bit of a blanket. So when we have a good amount of cloud cover across the region, it just insulates us so that all that moisture that's kind of trapped in, we not only see those warmer overnights, but we also see the mugginess through the overnight as well. So pretty much through the rest of the work week and including the start of next week. Be prepared as you're headed out the door. You are going to be hit with a face of water for sure. It is the air you can wear for sure the next couple of days. And we're going to keep those overnight lows pretty consistent, lingering throughout the low 70s because of that cloud cover staying more mild through the overnight tonight, as well as a little bit more humid, and then continuing to just see that widespread rain chance at least through the start of the work week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, we might start to see a little bit more of that relief coming up, but by Thursday, we should start to see everything start to live up as well. So that's what we can continue to see through the next couple of days. And NOAA tonight at 5 and 6 we'll have more on your local forecast. So that's what we're going to be in for. Lots of rain. And again, I will pop up this if you are especially along the coastline, living near the St. Johns River, any other little tributaries that tend to flood, especially when we see high surf. Be careful because, again, there is going to be the risk of flooding, even though we're kind of seeing these very sprinkly showers over the next couple of days. Because those waves have been coming in across the East Coast, it is going to raise the river levels, especially along the St. Johns River, as we head through the next couple of days. So heads up out there. That is going to be a risk for tomorrow as well as Saturday. So heads up if you do live along the St. Johns River. All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining in on this Thursday. We love having you here. Thank you again so much for people participating all across the U.S. today. So we are going to be back here same time, same place tomorrow. And have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Have a great Friday and have a great weekend. Try to find a little bit of sunshine.
Lash up. We're approaching high tide, so this is the concern. That's coming around 4:30 as the water is now breaching where we're standing. So we've been kind of inching back with this water all day. We did the same yesterday as we watched those waves get more intense. They've been topping 14 feet today. I'm told they reached 20 feet tall last night. That's when we saw the 7th home fall around 8 o'clock, which was actually low tide. But we've been talking to people on the ground about this, and I just met Jeff. He's the owner of Fatty's Eatery. It's in town. He is feeling like we need long-term solutions here to keep this a place that he can raise his family. He says that he really feels like he's had an economic strain that's happened because of a summer of swell events here.
Employees on salary, I have, bills that don't go away, but yet here we are closed. The state uses a huge front-end loader to push water all the way from North Buxton right into my parking lot, turns around. It makes my business look closed, and they're literally pushing the ocean in my parking lot. I'm on the other side of Highway 12, and they're using me like a funnel. It's like, dude, I have bills. I'm still paying my employees. I'm not that kind of guy that's like, sorry, guys, we're closed. No, yeah. Salary means salary, so I pay. And it's going to be real tough. I mean, it's not funny. I laugh out of nervousness. Like, yeah. I have 2 wonderful children that I need to provide for.
These are some of the stories that are coming out of this community as officials are on the ground trying to figure out what to do next. We know, of course, the first priority is going to be cleaning up this field of debris, which I'm told spans for over a mile. Then they're talking about moving up beach replenishment projects. I'm told the next one was set for 2027. They want to move that up so that they can try to rebuild this beach once again. But we are going to be on the ground every step of the way for this right now. I mean, just to give you an indication, Jane, we were able to stand on this beach earlier and it's been underwater for a number of hours now as we approach high tide, just about an hour away.
Yeah, and just watching those waves crash closer and closer as that high tide inches in. So just an incredible watch. Katie, great report there in Buxton, North Carolina. We'll be checking back in. It's not just the Outer Banks. Unfortunately, coastal impacts are going to persist all along the East Coast. We have this tight pressure gradient that has set up with a building ridge of high pressure in the Northeast, which is why we've got plenty of sunshine, blue sky. But as remnants of Imelda now, because Imelda's post-tropical move away, we still have a lot of energy out there, and it's still a powerful storm. And so when you have a tight pressure gradient because of building high pressure and a storm off to the east, that's going to continue to enhance our wind, and that onshore flow is going to bring all of this water onto the coast. So we do have coastal flood alerts up on the board. They have been shaved off just a touch, not as many in place as what we saw last night through early this morning. But now as we get through our second round of high tide tonight, coastal flood advisories up for about a foot of inundation up across the Chesapeake. And then as we head down the coast into the Outer Banks, we have those coastal flood warnings where we could see upwards of 2 to 3 feet of inundation. And so that's the concern here, right? You're watching as that water pushes in. It starts to bubble up in the grates in those back communities, back in the back bays. We have wind gusts right now upwards of about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So again, they have come down a touch compared to yesterday. As Imelda, post-Imelda, continues to move well off into the Atlantic, we'll feel less of a pressure gradient. And eventually, as high pressure takes control, those winds will begin to relax as soon as tomorrow. But in the meantime, we still have wind gusts upwards of 20, 30, even 40 just offshore of the Outer Banks, and wave heights that are cresting between 10 and 15 feet. And so all that pressure on the coast is a big concern. High surf advisories are on the board. South Carolina down through Georgia and even into the Florida coast. High rip current risks stretch up and down the eastern seaboard. So please be smart. Please be safe. Listen to us when we say, please don't get into the water. Even the most experienced of swimmers shouldn't be getting in. And it is going to be a real danger when you take a look at our surf zone deaths so far this year. And you hear Katie mention that man in the Outer Banks calling it the summer of the swell out in the Outer Banks. Well, we've had 78 deaths along the coast. So take note of these colors. A lot of red flags will be flying. And while the largest impacts from Imelda are about past, we still have more hurricane season to go. Bain Froni with us today to look ahead into our next tropical threat, and again, could be one brewing closer to home.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of when we get into the second half of the season nearing the end, we see those kind of homegrown systems becoming a lot more popular, but there is still a lot of the season left onto that point. But I mean, looking over into St. Lucia right now, absolutely gorgeous, nice and calm conditions. But as we look here, not so calm. We have a couple areas that we're keeping a very close eye on. Just off of the coast of Africa, we have a couple of waves that we're watching. But I want to point out this area to watch here, just off the coast of Florida. So remember, we were talking a lot about that rain that's going to be moving on in. Well, that's also going to be a part of the potential tropical threat that we're looking at. Right now, it's a very, very low chance, 10% chance within the next 2 days, where we could see a low trying to develop thanks to a frontal boundary that is going to be stalling just across the entirety of the state of Florida. But on top of this, too, we do have a lot of moisture to work with. So the east and northeasterly winds are kind of pulling in all of that moisture, helping that flow into the southern portions of Florida. On top of this, too, we have some more of that moisture building on in from the Gulf and the Caribbean. So this stationary boundary is going to start to develop starting off in the next few days here. Once that moisture kind of interacts with it, that's when we have a lot of that rain potential. It's rolling on in. That's why we have a couple of those flash flood warnings up and down the southeastern coast of Florida. But to this point, we have this boundary that's kind of building in here. Once it kind of sits here over those nice and warm waters that we have currently just off the coast of Florida, that's where we could start to see a little bit of that tropical development, trying to develop at least a little bit of that low, trying to get cut off from that boundary. So looking at our Fox Weather exclusive model here, that tropical threat, this takes into account the Euro, the GFS, and the AI model and puts it all together to see where we could potentially be dealing with a low developing. And at this point, it is very, very low chance, even with this model here. But there is the potential for something trying to form. And also, I will say, this model actually has it moving up a little bit more towards the north than it had earlier today. So there is that chance, again, it is on the lower end if we do see anything trying to really develop within the coming days here. So what we really need for any sort of tropical development, normally we need that lower wind shear. Do we have that at this point in that area? No. We have quite a bit of hostile winds that are pulling on through, especially into the southern portions of Florida. On top of this, we need higher moisture. Do we have that? Not really either. We don't really have a ton of that moisture to be working with in this part where we're looking at that low potentially developing. There is that moisture to be working with from portions of Imelda and Umberto that moved on in. So there is a little bit of moisture just to the north. But one thing that it does have is the warm water. It's extremely warm, and we see this also into the Gulf where we do have that potential of those homegrown systems kind of developing in that later half of the hurricane season. But I mean, looking at surface temperatures here, upper 80s, feeling like low 90s as well over into some of those sea surface temperatures. So this is incredibly warm water. So that's the one thing that it does have working with it. We're going to keep a very close eye on this at this point. Again, that frontal boundary kind of stalling. That's where we could see those lows trying to form at this point. So something we're keeping a very close eye on at this point, Jane. Right now, still a very, very low chance. But of course, we're going to be keeping you updated right here on Fox Weather all along the way.
And as we head over into the eastern Pacific basin, things have continued to remain active. We have Octave, tropical storm, but it is forecast to perhaps become a hurricane. Plus, another area to watch and how it all develops could result in an interesting dance, the Fujiwara effect. We mentioned that earlier, right? Perhaps there was some model guidance. I mean, I'm talking, more than a week ago of, Imelda and Umberto and this kind of dance that they would do off the East Coast. Well, guess what? The Eastern Pacific said we want to get in on this. And we now have Octave and what is Invest 99E. Soon to be Priscilla. By this weekend, tropical depression expected to form. But before I get into Priscilla, I want to talk about Octave because this guy's going to do a bit of a dance before we even see Priscilla enter the picture. 65-mile-an-hour winds. So it's a tropical storm, west-northwest movement at around 8 miles an hour. Watch this forecast track. Yeah. Hard right turn. As it passes up to the northwest, continues to strengthen. We're going to see it actually feel the influence of the circulation that will be growing from what is now Invest 99E, but will likely be Priscilla, a strengthening tropical system right off the coast of Mexico. So you take a look at this right now. We have a robust amount of thunderstorm development, right? We're sitting in some really warm waters. We are expecting a depression by the weekend, and from there, we're off to the races as this continues to strengthen, paralleling the coast of Mexico. But at the same time, as we see this system developing, as that circulation continues to grow, it's going to hook on to Octave, which feels the influence. And we're going to get a little do-si-do as this thing starts to meander around it. I really think this is the best way I can showcase it. You take a look at our low-level spin. So here we are by Saturday, likely to see our tropical depression, if not a tropical storm, forming into the start of the weekend. Octave chugging along as it moves off to the west-northwest. As we close out the weekend, early into next week, Octave starts to feel the tug and pull from Priscilla passing up to the north. And you can see how it dances back around towards the coast. Now, Octave shouldn't be a bit of a problem. It's going to stay out into the open Pacific, but we'll have to watch Priscilla because here we are by Thursday into next week. As it parallels Baja California, now we have some concern that it's going to begin to lift up. That moisture could certainly influence parts of the southwest. So whether or not we see a Fujiwara, which is when these two systems dance around each other, we'll definitely see an impact, right? We'll see an influence. But in the long range, this is what we're really focusing in on. That tropical moisture that could be enhanced in our weather pattern in the southwest that could certainly lead to an increased flooding risk through late next week. Well, we've been watching as homes along North Carolina's Outer Banks collapse into the sea. We'll talk more about why this might be happening when we get back. Plus, summer gets one last kick. With a heat wave settling in for the weekend, we'll show you where you might be feeling more like August. Keep it here.
benefits.
Welcome back in here to Fox Weather Now. The Northwest looking wet, and that's going to stick around for the weekend. In fact, it's not just rain, but we're talking the S word, a little snow in the forecast. So let's take a look at what we're watching. Visible satellite. You can see that nice little swirl off the coast of Washington, the PNW. We have this big trough extending down the coast. That's going to swing on shore, and that energy is going to work into the Pacific Northwest, the Northern Rockies, and we're going to wring out the rain. And now we're going to wring out a little snow. So you take a look at this, little bands of showers popping up. Nothing really to write home about for now, but as we take a look at the Fox weather model, you can see this rain picking up across the Northern Rockies as we go through the night tonight. As we get into tomorrow morning, we see that low barrel